Every calm person met in the daylight is not calm by accident. Behind that steady voice, that relaxed face, that "nothing can shake me" energy, there is usually a quiet war that was fought in the dark. Because when the world goes silent, when the phone stops buzzing, when no one needs anything, the subconscious starts speaking. It brings up old fears, old scenes, old worries that don't even have names, and it runs them like a loop, again and again, until the body feels tense for no clear reason. Most people think calm is personality. Like some are born peaceful and others are born anxious. But that's not the truth. Calm is programming. Reactions are programming. The way the mind jumps to danger, the way the chest tightens, the way the worst-case scenario shows up first, that is not who someone is. That is what the subconscious learned to do to survive. And it learned fast. It learned from pressure, from disappointment, from moments when being relaxed was not safe, from times when the mind had to stay alert, stay ready, stay ahead. So the subconscious built a system: scan for threats, predict problems, prepare for pain. It meant well. It was trying to protect you, but now it might be protecting you from a life that's already gone. Here's the hard part. The subconscious does not respond to logic the way the conscious mind does. You can understand everything. You can read the books. You can watch the videos. You can tell yourself, "I'm fine." And still, at night, the mind keeps running. Because the subconscious doesn't change through information. It changes through repetition, through new signals, through calm practice so often that the body starts believing it. That's what this is. Not a quick relax session. Not a temporary escape. This is 4 hours of deep rewiring. 4 hours of teaching the nervous system a new default. 4 hours of training the inner world to stop treating life like an emergency. The Stoics believed peace comes from command, not control of the world, but control of the mind's response to it. They believed the mind becomes free the moment it stops chasing every thought like it's a warning. And they understood something most people miss. The mind becomes calm when it learns it does not have to react to everything it feels. Tonight, this is the work. 4 hours to lower the inner volume. 4 hours to break the old loops. 4 hours to replace tension with steadiness. 4 hours to reprogram the subconscious for unshakable calm. So the next time life pushes, the mind doesn't collapse. It stays rooted.
And before we go deeper, there is something you need to see clearly.
Calm is not blocked by the world outside you. It is shaped by something inside you that has been quietly signing agreements without your permission. Agreements written in moments of stress. Agreements formed in silence. Agreements that say, stay alert, stay tense, stay ready. If we are going to reprogram your subconscious for unshakable calm, we must uncover the first hidden layer beneath it. Because long before thoughts race, the body reacts. And that reaction is not random.
There is a contract.
It was never spoken out loud. You never sat down and agreed to it, but your nervous system did. Somewhere along the way, it decided that fear equals safety, that tension equals protection, that being on edge means being prepared. Your nervous system is not your enemy. It is ancient. It was built to keep you alive. Thousands of years ago, it kept humans safe from predators, hunger, and real physical danger. Back then, fear had a clear purpose. If you heard something in the bushes, your heart raced for a reason. If you sensed danger, your muscles tightened because you might need to run. The problem is this: Your nervous system does not know the difference between a lion and an email. It reacts the same way to criticism, uncertainty, financial pressure, and social rejection as it would to physical threat. The body prepares for survival even when survival is not actually at risk. Over time, something subtle happens. The body gets used to being tense, the mind gets used to scanning for problems, and slowly, fear becomes the default setting. Not because you chose it, but because your nervous system believes it is doing its job. This is the hidden contract. If I stay anxious, I will stay safe. It sounds strange, but look closely. When the body relaxes, there can be discomfort. When nothing is wrong, the mind looks for something that could go wrong. When peace appears, there is a whisper that says, "Be careful, don't let your guard down." That whisper is not weakness, it is conditioning. Every time fear helped you avoid embarrassment, avoid failure, avoid pain, the nervous system recorded it as proof. It learned that tension prevented disaster, so it kept using the same strategy, even when the disaster never came. The nervous system works through repetition. If stress is repeated often enough, it becomes familiar, and the body prefers what is familiar, even if it is uncomfortable. Calm can feel unfamiliar. Stillness can feel unsafe, not because they are dangerous, but because they are new. This is why some people feel restless when they try to relax. The body does not know how to interpret safety. It has been trained to interpret activation as normal. There are two main states in your nervous system that shape your daily life. One is the fight or flight state. The other is the rest and digest state. When fight or flight is active, the heart beats faster, breathing becomes shallow, muscles tighten, and attention narrows. This state is useful in real emergencies, but if it stays active too long, it becomes exhausting. When rest and digest is active, the body repairs itself. Digestion improves, the mind becomes clearer, breathing deepens, you feel steady. This is the state where true calm lives. The hidden contract keeps pulling you back into fight or flight, even when there is no real threat. It says, "Stay ready." But constant readiness slowly drains your energy and clouds your thinking. Breaking this contract does not mean forcing yourself to relax. Forcing creates more tension. It means gently teaching the nervous system that safety is allowed. The nervous system listens to signals, not words. Slow breathing is a signal. Relaxed posture is a signal. Moving your eyes slowly instead of sharply scanning is a signal. Even the way you talk to yourself is a signal. When you breathe slowly and deeply, you activate a nerve called the vagus nerve. This nerve tells the body that it is safe to calm down. It lowers heart rate. It reduces stress hormones. It shifts the body toward rest and digest. When you sit upright but relaxed, instead of tight and rigid, you send another message. There is no immediate danger. When you allow a worried thought to pass without reacting to it, you send a powerful signal. Not every thought is a threat. Each time you respond calmly to something that used to trigger you, you weaken the old contract. You show the nervous system new evidence. You prove that relaxation does not equal vulnerability. This takes repetition, not perfection. Repetition. At first, the body may resist. It may say, "This feels strange." That is normal. You are introducing a new pattern. The nervous system is learning that it does not need to stay on guard every second. The goal is not to eliminate fear completely. Fear is part of being human. The goal is to stop living under its command. When the nervous system no longer believes that constant tension is necessary, something shifts. The mind becomes clearer. Decisions feel lighter. Sleep deepens. Reactions slow down. And the most powerful part is this. Once the body trusts that calm is safe, the subconscious begins to rewrite itself automatically, because the contract was built through experience. And it can be rewritten the same way, through new experience, through repeated safety, through steady practice. This is where unshakable calm begins, not in the thoughts, but in the body that learned to fear and is now learning to rest. As the body begins to trust calm again, another layer slowly rises to the surface, because even when the nervous system learns that the present moment is safe, something deeper can still react as if it isn't, and that reaction can feel confusing, almost unfair. A simple tone of voice shifts and your chest tightens. A delayed reply appears and your mind starts preparing for rejection. A small mistake happens and suddenly the emotion feels far bigger than the situation. The moment seems minor, but the response feels heavy. This is not weakness, and it is not random. These are emotional echoes. An emotional echo is what happens when an old experience quietly fires inside a new moment. The situation today may be small, but the body is responding to something much older. The brain stores emotional memories differently from regular memories. You may not remember the exact words someone said years ago, but your body remembers how it felt. And when something in the present feels similar, even in the smallest way, the brain activates the same emotional response before logic has time to speak. The subconscious does not track time like your thinking mind does. It works through similarity. If something feels familiar to past pain, it reacts as if the old pain is happening again. There is a part of the brain called the amygdala that acts like a threat detector. When something overwhelming or painful happens, the amygdala records the emotional charge of that moment. Later, when something resembles it, even slightly, the alarm turns on. The heart rate changes, muscles tighten, thoughts become defensive or self-critical. You might suddenly feel judged, abandoned, ignored, or unsafe without fully understanding why. The reaction feels real because it is real in your body, but it is connected to a memory that may not even be fully conscious. This is why someone who once felt ignored may react strongly to being interrupted. Someone who was deeply criticized may feel tense during harmless feedback. Someone who experienced betrayal may struggle to relax even in healthy relationships. The subconscious does not ask if the new situation is identical. It only asks if it feels similar. Familiar sensation is enough to trigger the old pattern. The brain is trying to protect you using outdated information. Reprogramming begins with awareness, not fighting the reaction, not judging yourself for having it, simply noticing it. When a strong emotion rises, pause and gently ask, "What does this remind me of?" At first, the answer may not come clearly, but with patience, patterns begin to reveal themselves. You might notice certain themes repeating: fear of being left, fear of disappointing others, fear of not being enough. These themes are not flaws in your personality. They are unfinished emotional experiences still asking for resolution. The nervous system keeps scanning for similar situations because it believes it can prevent the old pain by staying alert. But constant alertness does not heal memory. It only keeps the pattern alive. Healing begins when you stay present with the feeling instead of reacting automatically. When you feel the emotion without attacking, withdrawing, or defending, You send a new message to the brain. You show the subconscious that the present moment is not the past. This creates a gap between memory and reaction. Grounding helps strengthen that gap. Slowly noticing your surroundings, feeling your feet on the floor, paying attention to your breath. These simple actions remind the brain that you are here, now. You are not in the old situation. You are not the same version of yourself. The body begins to calm because it receives clear signals of safety. The more often you do this, the more the brain updates its predictions. Language also plays a powerful role. Instead of saying, "I am anxious," try shifting to, "Anxiety is moving through me." Instead of, "I am rejected," try, "I am feeling rejection right now." This small change separates identity from emotion. The subconscious listens closely to how you describe yourself. When you become the emotion, you strengthen the echo. When you describe it as a passing state, you weaken its grip. Compassion toward yourself is essential in this process. Emotional echoes often connect to moments when you felt vulnerable or alone. Harsh self-judgment only deepens the old wound. Gentle understanding softens it. You can quietly remind yourself, "This reaction makes sense. It comes from somewhere." That statement alone can lower resistance inside the body. With repetition, something remarkable happens. The amygdala begins to relax its alarm system. The brain learns that not every familiar feeling equals danger. The body stops reacting so intensely. Situations that once triggered strong emotional waves begin to feel manageable. Not because you became numb, but because the past no longer controls the present. Emotional echoes fade when they are fully felt in safety. The goal is not to erase your past. The goal is to update your nervous system, to teach it that today is different, that you are stronger now, that you have tools, that you are no longer trapped in the old moment. As these echoes grow quieter, the mind becomes clearer, reactions slow down. Calm begins to feel natural instead of forced, and the subconscious slowly rewrites its script, replacing old fear with steady presence, allowing you to live in this moment instead of reliving another. As emotional echoes begin to lose their grip, another question naturally rises. If old experiences can still trigger the body, and if the nervous system reacts before logic speaks, how do you calm the alarm without silencing what you feel? Because there is a difference between becoming steady and becoming numb. And many people confuse the two. There is a quiet fear inside many adults that says, "If I relax too much, I'll lose control." So instead of calming the body, they try to overpower it. They distract themselves. They push feelings down. They stay busy. They tell themselves to get over it. On the outside, it may look strong. On the inside, the alarm system is still active. It's just buried under layers of pressure. Rewriting the body's alarm system does not mean pretending emotions do not exist. It does not mean forcing yourself to be calm when you are not. Suppression teaches the body that emotion is dangerous. Regulation teaches the body that emotion is safe to experience. That difference changes everything. The body's alarm system activates when it senses threat. But threat is not always physical. It can be emotional exposure, uncertainty, or even intense joy that feels unfamiliar. When the alarm activates, stress hormones move through the bloodstream. The heart beats faster, breathing shortens, muscles tighten. This response is automatic. The mistake many people make is fighting this response aggressively. Fighting sends another signal of danger. The body reads resistance as confirmation that something is wrong. Instead of suppression, the goal is integration. Integration means allowing the emotion to exist while guiding the body back to safety. It begins with recognition. When you notice the alarm rising, say quietly inside, "My body is reacting," not "I am broken," not "this is bad." Simply acknowledging the response lowers its intensity. Awareness is stabilizing. Breathing is one of the most direct ways to influence the alarm system. Slow, deep breathing stimulates the vagus nerve, which tells the body that it can shift out of emergency mode. The key is lengthening the exhale. A longer exhale signals safety. Inhale slowly through the nose, then exhale even more slowly through the mouth. The body responds to rhythm. Within minutes, heart rate begins to settle. This is not about escaping emotion. It is about creating space for it. Posture also shapes the alarm system. When shoulders rise and the jaw tightens, the brain receives a message that danger is near. Softening the shoulders, unclenching the jaw, and allowing the chest to expand sends a different signal. It communicates that there is no immediate threat. The mind follows the body's lead more often than you realize. Emotion needs movement, not suppression. If sadness rises, let it be felt in the chest without labeling it as weakness. If anger appears, notice the heat without turning it into attack. Emotions are waves. They peak and then they pass when they are allowed to move. Suppression traps them inside the body, where they linger as tension. The difference between reacting and regulating is time. Reacting is immediate and unconscious. Regulating includes a pause. That pause is powerful. It tells the subconscious that you are not controlled by the first surge of sensation. Even 5 seconds of stillness before speaking or acting can retrain the alarm system. There is also a deeper layer to this process. Many people learned early in life that certain emotions were unacceptable. Maybe anger was punished, maybe fear was mocked, maybe sadness was ignored. So the body learned to hide those emotions quickly. But hidden emotion does not disappear. It turns into chronic tension, irritability, or anxiety. Rewriting the alarm system requires allowing the full range of emotion to exist without shame. When emotion rises, try saying, "This feeling is allowed." That simple permission reduces internal conflict. The nervous system relaxes when it is not fighting itself. You are not trying to become emotionless. You are becoming steady enough to feel without collapsing. Physical practices can also retrain the alarm system. Gentle stretching releases stored muscle tension. Slow walking in silence lowers cortisol levels. Even placing one hand over the heart can calm the stress response because touch signals reassurance. The body understands safety through sensation. Over time, as you repeatedly respond with regulation instead of suppression, the brain begins to update its patterns. The amygdala becomes less reactive. The prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for reasoning and decision-making, becomes more active. This shift changes how you experience stress. Triggers that once felt overwhelming become manageable. The goal is not to eliminate emotion. Emotion carries information. The goal is to prevent emotion from hijacking your entire system. When the alarm rings, you acknowledge it, breathe with it, and guide the body back to calm without attacking yourself for having the reaction. As this becomes practice, something remarkable happens. The body no longer interprets every strong feeling as danger. The subconscious learns that emotion and safety can exist at the same time. And when that lesson sinks in deeply, calm stops being fragile. It becomes durable, not because you suppressed what you feel, but because you trained your body to experience it without fear. As the body learns that emotion can exist without danger, another pattern begins to reveal itself. Even when calm is available, something inside may still stir the waters. A quiet moment appears, and the mind searches for a problem. A peaceful day unfolds, and a small detail is magnified into urgency. Stability feels unfamiliar. Stillness feels suspicious. And without realizing it, tension is recreated. There is a reason for this. The subconscious can become addicted to chaos. Addiction does not always look like craving pleasure. Sometimes it looks like craving intensity. The nervous system gets used to certain levels of stimulation. If someone has lived for years in high stress, emotional drama, constant pressure, or unpredictable environments, the body begins to treat that level of activation as normal. Calm, by comparison, feels empty. The brain releases chemicals during stressful situations. Adrenaline sharpens focus. Cortisol prepares the body to act. Even conflict can create a surge of energy that feels powerful. When this pattern repeats often enough, the subconscious links intensity with aliveness. Without that intensity, there may be restlessness. The mind may create new problems just to restore the familiar sensation. This does not mean a person wants suffering. It means the nervous system prefers what it recognizes. Familiar tension feels safer than unfamiliar peace. Think about someone who grew up in a loud, unpredictable household. Silence may not feel soothing. It may feel like something is about to go wrong. Or someone who lived in constant competition may feel uncomfortable when there is no challenge. The subconscious has learned that calm equals vulnerability. Chaos can also create identity. Some people unconsciously define themselves as the one who handles crises, the one who survives storms, the one who thrives under pressure. Without problems to solve, they may feel unsure of who they are. Stability removes the role they are used to playing. The mind may also confuse chaos with control. When everything is urgent, there is always something to manage. When life slows down, deeper emotions rise. Unprocessed sadness, loneliness, or uncertainty may surface. Creating external drama becomes a distraction from internal discomfort. Recognizing this pattern requires honesty. Notice how you respond to peaceful moments. Do you relax into them, or do you immediately look for something to fix? Do you feel uneasy when nothing is wrong? Awareness alone begins to weaken the cycle. Breaking the subconscious addiction to chaos starts with tolerating calm in small doses. At first, calm may feel boring. It may even feel uncomfortable. That discomfort is not proof that something is missing. It is proof that your system is adjusting. Practice sitting in silence for a few minutes without reaching for your phone. Allow a quiet evening without filling it with noise. When the urge to create urgency arises, pause and ask, is this truly necessary? Often, it is not. It also helps to redefine excitement. Calm does not mean dull. There is a difference between chaos and meaningful engagement. Creative work, deep conversation, physical movement, and focused learning provide stimulation without emotional instability. They energize without overwhelming the nervous system. The body must relearn what safe energy feels like. Gentle activities that raise heart rate without stress, such as walking or stretching, show the nervous system that activation does not always equal danger. Balanced stimulation replaces chaotic stimulation. Another key step is examining relationships. Some people unconsciously choose dramatic dynamics because they feel familiar. Intensity may be mistaken for passion. Unpredictability may be mistaken for excitement. Over time, this reinforces the addiction. Choosing steady connections can initially feel less thrilling, but they provide deeper security. There is also a reward system in the brain that strengthens repeated behaviors. Each time chaos is followed by resolution, the brain experiences relief. That relief can become addictive. The cycle of tension and release creates a loop. To interrupt it, relief must come from regulation, not crisis. Deep breathing, grounding, and self-soothing practices can generate calm without external drama. Gradually, the nervous system resets its baseline. What once felt normal may begin to feel overwhelming. What once felt boring may begin to feel peaceful. This shift takes time. The subconscious does not change overnight, but repetition reshapes it. When you stop feeding chaos, clarity grows. Decisions become less reactive. Conversations become less explosive. Life becomes less dramatic, not because you lost intensity, but because you gained stability. Unshakable calm does not remove passion or ambition. It removes unnecessary turbulence. It replaces constant emergency with steady presence. And as the addiction to chaos fades, something surprising appears. There is more energy, more focus, more depth. Because the mind is no longer chasing storms. It is finally learning to rest in clear skies. As the pull toward chaos begins to weaken, something deeper starts to shift. Without constant turbulence, you are left with a quiet question. If I am not the anxious one, not the stressed one, not the one always bracing for impact, then who am I? Because calm is not just a feeling you experience. It is something you become. And this is where many people misunderstand it. Most people treat calm like a mood. Something that appears when circumstances are right, when work is smooth, when relationships are stable, when money is secure, when no one is criticizing them. In this model, calm is fragile. It depends on the outside world behaving properly. The moment something goes wrong, calm disappears. But unshakable calm is not a mood. It is an identity that has been practiced long enough to feel natural. Identity shapes behavior more powerfully than intention. If someone believes, I am an anxious person, their brain filters the world through that belief. The subconscious searches for evidence to confirm it. Small stresses become proof. Calm moments are dismissed as temporary. The identity quietly reinforces itself. The same is true in reverse. When someone begins to see themselves as steady, composed, grounded, the brain also looks for proof. The subconscious adjusts expectations. Reactions slow down because the identity no longer demands urgency. The brain is wired to protect identity. It resists behaviors that contradict it. If you see yourself as someone who overthinks, the mind will continue overthinking to stay consistent. This is not weakness. It is how the brain maintains coherence. To reprogram calm, you must shift identity first, then allow behavior to follow. This begins with language. The way you speak about yourself matters. Instead of saying, I get stressed easily, try saying, I am learning to respond calmly. The first statement locks the identity. The second opens it. Words repeated consistently become beliefs. Beliefs repeated consistently become traits. Identity is formed through repetition. Every time you choose to pause instead of react, you are casting a vote for the identity of a calm person. Every time you breathe before speaking, you reinforce that version of yourself. Small actions done repeatedly rewire the subconscious more deeply than grand declarations. It also helps to visualize yourself as already steady, not in a fantasy way, but in a practical way. Picture how you would move, speak, and think if calm were natural to you. The brain responds to mental rehearsal. When you rehearse calm responses internally, the nervous system begins to recognize them as familiar. Another important shift is separating calm from perfection. Calm identity does not mean never feeling anger or fear. It means feeling them without being ruled by them. A calm person still experiences emotion. The difference is that emotion passes through instead of taking over. Your environment influences identity as well. Surrounding yourself with constant negativity reinforces stress-based identity. Exposure to steady voices, thoughtful conversations, and reflective practices supports the calm version of you. The brain absorbs patterns from what it repeatedly encounters. Consistency matters more than intensity. A single long meditation may feel powerful, but short daily practices create identity change. 5 minutes of intentional breathing every day tells the subconscious, this is who we are becoming. The brain values what is repeated. It is also important to notice moments when you already act calmly, even small ones. Maybe you handled a difficult conversation better than before. Maybe you stayed silent when you once would have argued. Acknowledge those moments. Recognition strengthens identity. The subconscious listens to where attention goes. There may be resistance at first. Part of you may cling to the old identity because it feels known. Change can feel disorienting, but identity is not fixed. It is shaped by experience and reinforced by belief. What was learned can be relearned. Over time, calm shifts from something you try to do into something you naturally are. Decisions come from steadiness instead of fear. Reactions soften. The body remains more regulated even during stress. The identity stabilizes. When calm becomes identity, it no longer depends on circumstances. External events may still be intense, but your internal state remains anchored. You stop asking, how do I calm down, and start living from, this is how I respond. That is the difference between chasing a mood and embodying a state. One is temporary, the other is rooted. And as this identity strengthens, unshakable calm stops being a goal you reach occasionally. It becomes the ground you stand on every day. As calm slowly becomes part of who you are instead of something you chase, another illusion begins to fall apart. For years, many people have worn their anxiety like a badge of honor. Productive, responsible, always on time, always prepared, always thinking ahead. On the outside, everything looks controlled. On the inside, the engine never turns off. This is what people call high-functioning anxiety. It sounds impressive. It sounds efficient. It even sounds successful. But beneath that label, there is often a silent cost. High-functioning anxiety is not strength. It is tension that has been organized into productivity. It is fear that has learned how to meet deadlines. It is restlessness that has found a way to look useful. The person wakes up already thinking, plans ahead constantly, double-checks everything, rarely relaxes, rarely feels finished. Achievements bring brief relief, but never real rest. There is always the next task, the next problem, the next possible mistake to prevent. From the outside, this person may appear disciplined, focused, driven. But inside, the nervous system is still in fight or flight. It is simply masked by performance. The myth lies in believing that because things are getting done, everything must be fine. But productivity does not equal peace. Success does not equal safety. High-functioning anxiety often begins early. Maybe praise was given only when you performed well. Maybe mistakes were met with criticism. Maybe love felt conditional on achievement. The subconscious learned that staying ahead prevented rejection. Staying alert prevented failure. So anxiety became a tool, and it worked. It helped you study harder, work longer, anticipate problems, avoid embarrassment. But what begins as a coping strategy can quietly become a prison. The body pays the price first. Chronic muscle tension, shallow breathing, digestive issues, difficulty sleeping. The stress response rarely fully deactivates. Even during rest, the mind keeps scanning. Then the emotional cost appears. Difficulty enjoying success, guilt when relaxing, irritability over small disruptions, a constant feeling of being behind even when you are ahead. There is also a deeper cost. When anxiety drives achievement, your sense of worth becomes tied to output. If you are productive, you feel valuable. If you slow down, you feel uneasy. This keeps the nervous system trapped in performance mode. The brain adapts to this cycle. Dopamine, the chemical linked to motivation, spikes when tasks are completed. Relief follows. But because the underlying anxiety never resolves, the brain quickly searches for the next task to ease the discomfort. The cycle repeats. Over time, the line between ambition and fear becomes blurred. You may believe you are simply driven, but ask yourself, if there were nothing to prove, would you still feel this urgency? Reprogramming this pattern requires redefining success. Calm productivity is different from anxious productivity. Calm productivity comes from clarity and intention. Anxious productivity comes from fear of falling behind. The first step is noticing the internal tone behind your actions. Are you moving because you want to, or because you feel you must? Is there pressure in your chest even when no one is demanding anything? Learning to pause without guilt is essential. Start small. Allow 5 minutes of stillness without reaching for your phone or planning the next task. Notice the discomfort if it arises. That discomfort is not laziness. It is withdrawal from constant activation. Rest must be practiced intentionally, not earned after exhaustion, but scheduled as part of your identity. When you rest without collapsing into distraction, you teach the subconscious that slowing down does not equal danger. It is also important to separate self-worth from performance. You are not your output. You are not your achievements. The nervous system must learn that existence alone is not a threat. Conversations help as well. Many people with high-functioning anxiety appear confident but rarely express vulnerability. Sharing honestly about stress lowers internal pressure. Connection reduces the need to prove. As this myth dissolves, something surprising happens. Productivity often improves. Focus sharpens. Creativity increases, because energy is no longer wasted on internal pressure. Calm does not reduce ambition. It removes unnecessary tension from it. The silent cost of high-functioning anxiety is living in survival mode while calling it success. Unshakable calm offers something different. You can still achieve, still grow, still strive, but the engine runs smoothly instead of overheating. When the nervous system no longer believes that constant worry is required for success, performance becomes sustainable. And you discover something powerful. You can move forward without fear pushing you from behind. You can succeed without tension driving every step. And for the first time, progress feels steady instead of urgent. As the pressure of high-functioning anxiety begins to soften, a deeper realization starts to surface. You may understand your patterns, you may recognize where they began, you may even explain them clearly. And yet, your body still reacts before your thoughts catch up. This is where another important distinction appears. There is a difference between what your mind remembers and what your nervous system remembers. Mental memory is the story. It is the event you can describe, the timeline you can explain. You can say, "That happened when I was younger," or "That was a difficult period." Mental memory lives in words, it lives in images, it lives in logic. Nervous system memory is different. It does not speak in sentences, it speaks in sensation. It lives in muscle tension, in breathing patterns, in heart rate, in posture. You may consciously know that something is over, but your body may still prepare for it as if it could return. This is why understanding alone is not always enough. You can intellectually forgive someone, but your shoulders still tighten when they enter the room. You can logically know that you are safe, but your stomach tightens when you receive unexpected news. The mental memory says, "It's fine." The nervous system memory says, "Be ready." The brain stores experiences on multiple levels. The hippocampus organizes events into narrative memory. It helps you remember what happened and when. But the amygdala and the autonomic nervous system store emotional and physical reactions. They do not focus on timeline, they focus on survival. When something stressful happens, the nervous system encodes the body's reaction along with the event. Later, even if you forget certain details, the body can still reproduce the response. This is why a certain smell, sound, or tone can trigger an emotional shift without a clear reason. Nervous system memory is efficient. It acts quickly because it does not wait for conscious thought. Its goal is protection, not accuracy. It does not ask whether the present situation is truly dangerous. It asks whether it feels similar to something that once required defense. Reprogramming calm requires working directly with nervous system memory, not just mental memory. Talking about the past can bring clarity, but the body needs new experiences to update its reactions. One way to begin is through awareness of physical cues. Notice what happens in your body before you label the emotion. Does your jaw tighten? Does your breathing become shallow? Does your chest feel heavy? These signals are the language of nervous system memory. Instead of trying to immediately change the thought, start by changing the physical state. Slow the breath. Relax the shoulders. Place your feet firmly on the ground. These small adjustments communicate safety to the nervous system. Over time, repeated calm responses teach the body that the old reaction is no longer necessary. Movement also plays a role. Gentle, rhythmic motion such as walking, stretching, or swaying can help release stored tension. The nervous system responds to rhythm. It interprets steady movement as a sign that the environment is stable. Another important step is completing stress cycles. When the body prepares for fight or flight, but does not physically discharge that energy, tension remains. Physical activity, even brief, allows the body to complete the response and return to balance. Safety must be experienced, not just understood. Surroundings that feel secure, consistent routines, and supportive relationships all provide repeated evidence that the present is different from the past. The nervous system slowly updates its memory through exposure to steady conditions. It is also helpful to speak to your body gently. A simple internal phrase like, "That was then, this is now," can bridge mental and nervous system memory. The words alone may not fully calm you, but paired with slow breathing and relaxed posture, they reinforce the new signal. Over time, the gap between mental understanding and physical reaction becomes smaller. Situations that once triggered intense responses begin to feel manageable. The body responds with curiosity instead of alarm. The goal is not to erase nervous system memory. It once served a purpose. It helped you survive. The goal is to update it, to teach the body that the world it prepared for no longer exists in the same way. When mental memory and nervous system memory align, something powerful happens. You not only know you are safe, you feel safe. The body no longer braces automatically. Reactions slow. Calm becomes embodied instead of forced. This alignment strengthens unshakable calm, because calm is not just a thought. It is a state that lives in the body, and when the body learns that it does not have to relive what the mind has already moved beyond, true steadiness begins to settle in. As mental memory and nervous system memory begin to align, you may expect calm to arrive all at once. You may think that once the big triggers are understood, peace will naturally follow. But there is another layer that often goes unnoticed. It is not the dramatic events that keep the body unsettled. It is the small ones, the daily ones, the tiny pressures that never seem serious on their own, but never fully leave. This is how microstress quietly builds into chronic restlessness. Microstress does not look like crisis. It looks like constant notifications, tight deadlines, background noise, unfinished tasks, subtle tension in conversations, multitasking while eating, checking your phone before you even get out of bed. None of these moments feel overwhelming by themselves, but the nervous system does not measure stress by importance. It measures it by frequency. Each small stressor activates a slight release of stress hormones. The heart rate may increase just a little. The breath may shorten slightly. Muscles may tighten just enough to go unnoticed. The body adjusts quickly and moves on. But when this happens dozens of times a day, the system never fully resets. The nervous system was designed to activate and then return to baseline. Activation is not the problem. The problem is incomplete recovery. When stress is constant, even at low levels, the body begins to treat activation as normal. Over time, this becomes restlessness. You may feel unable to sit still. Silence may feel uncomfortable. Sleep may become lighter. The mind may jump from thought to thought without settling. There is no single event to blame, which makes it confusing. It feels like anxiety without a clear cause. Microstress often hides in productivity. Switching between tasks rapidly keeps the brain in alert mode. Even positive excitement, when constant, can contribute to activation. The nervous system does not distinguish between urgent emails and urgent threats. It only registers stimulation. Environmental factors also play a role. Artificial lighting late at night disrupts natural rhythms. Continuous background media prevents the mind from fully resting. Even subtle social pressures, like maintaining a certain image online, create low-level tension. The accumulation is gradual. Because each stressor is small, you rarely notice when the baseline shifts. One day you realize you cannot relax as easily as before. You may think something is wrong. In reality, the body has simply been living in a slightly elevated state for too long. The solution is not eliminating all stress. That is impossible. The solution is creating deliberate recovery. The nervous system needs moments of true stillness throughout the day, not just at night. Short pauses between tasks allow stress hormones to decrease. Even 60 seconds of slow breathing resets the stress cycle. Single tasking also lowers micro-stress. When you focus fully on one activity instead of dividing attention, the brain uses less energy. Mental fragmentation increases tension because the mind constantly shifts gears. Creating tech boundaries can dramatically reduce background activation. Turning off non-essential notifications prevents unnecessary spikes. Allowing the phone to remain out of reach during meals or conversations signals to the brain that not every alert demands attention. Nature plays a powerful role in lowering accumulated stress. Natural environments reduce cortisol levels and slow heart rate. Even brief exposure to sunlight or greenery provides a reset. The nervous system recognizes patterns of nature as safe and steady. Physical tension must also be released consciously. Gentle stretching during the day prevents stress from settling into muscles. Relaxing the jaw and unclenching the hands seem minor, but these areas often hold unnoticed strain. Sleep hygiene becomes critical when micro-stress builds. Consistent bedtime routines, dim lighting in the evening, and avoiding stimulating content before sleep allow the body to shift out of alert mode. Perhaps most important is awareness of internal dialogue. Constant self-criticism creates micro-stress. Phrases like, "I'm behind," or "I should be doing more," activate the same stress response as external pressure. Replacing them with balanced statements lowers unnecessary tension. When recovery becomes intentional, restlessness begins to fade. The baseline slowly lowers. The body remembers what true relaxation feels like. Micro-stress teaches the nervous system to stay slightly on edge. Consistent recovery teaches it that calm is sustainable. Unshakable calm is not only about handling major storms, it is about clearing the small clouds that gather daily. When the tiny activations no longer pile up, the mind settles more naturally. The body softens without force. And you begin to experience something rare in modern life. A steady sense of ease that does not depend on everything being perfect, just balanced. As micro-stress slowly lowers and the body begins to rediscover real rest, another invisible pattern comes into focus. Even when nothing is happening, the mind can still be preparing for conversations that haven't occurred, preparing for mistakes that haven't been made, preparing for rejection that hasn't arrived. The body reacts to future events as if they are already unfolding. This is anticipatory stress, and biologically it is powerful. Anticipatory stress is the body's response to imagined threat. The brain does not fully distinguish between a vividly imagined scenario and a real one. When you picture something going wrong, the same neural pathways activate as if the event were actually happening. Stress hormones begin to rise. The heart rate shifts, muscles prepare, the body mobilizes. The prefrontal cortex, the thinking part of the brain, generates possible outcomes. This ability once helped humans plan for survival, but when it becomes overactive, it turns into constant forecasting of danger. The amygdala responds to these forecasts as warnings. It sends signals through the autonomic nervous system, activating the stress response before reality demands it. Cortisol and adrenaline are released not because of what is happening, but because of what might happen. The body lives in a rehearsal of threat. This rehearsal feels productive. It feels like preparation. You may believe you are being responsible by thinking ahead, but repeated anticipation keeps the nervous system in prolonged activation. The body never fully returns to baseline because the future is always being scanned. Over time, anticipatory stress becomes habitual. You may wake up already bracing for the day. Before a meeting, your stomach tightens hours in advance. Before sending a message, your mind runs through every possible negative reply. The event itself may pass smoothly, yet the body has already spent hours in stress mode. The cost is subtle but significant. Chronic cortisol elevation disrupts sleep. It affects digestion. It weakens immune response. It reduces emotional flexibility. Most importantly, it trains the brain to expect threat as the default. Disabling anticipatory stress does not mean stopping all planning. It means separating preparation from fear. The first step is recognizing when you are rehearsing disaster instead of preparing constructively. Preparation is practical. It involves clear steps and ends when those steps are complete. Anticipatory stress is repetitive. It replays the same worst-case scenario without adding new solutions. When you notice this pattern, pause and label it gently. Say internally, "This is anticipation, not reality." Naming the process activates the prefrontal cortex and reduces amygdala activity. The brain shifts from emotional reactivity to conscious awareness. Breathing practices become especially important here. Slow nasal breathing with extended exhales reduces sympathetic nervous system activation. When the body calms, the brain receives feedback that the situation is not urgent. Another powerful tool is time containment. Instead of allowing the mind to predict outcomes all day, schedule a short planning window. During that time, write down realistic concerns and possible actions. When the window closes, consciously release the scenario. This trains the brain to contain forecasting instead of letting it run continuously. Visualization can also be reframed. Instead of rehearsing failure, rehearse calm response. Picture yourself grounded, breathing steadily, speaking clearly. The brain still engages the scenario, but now it encodes safety instead of threat. Physical movement helps discharge anticipatory energy. Even a short walk before an event allows adrenaline to metabolize. The body needs motion to process activation. It is also important to challenge the illusion of control. Anticipatory stress often arises from the belief that if you think about every possibility, you can prevent negative outcomes. In reality, overthinking rarely changes external events. It only exhausts internal resources. Trust becomes a biological practice. When you repeatedly choose not to engage in catastrophic rehearsal, the amygdala gradually lowers its sensitivity. The brain updates its prediction model. It learns that imagined threats do not always require mobilization. Over time, the body stops bracing for events that have not occurred. The mind becomes present instead of predictive. Energy once spent on rehearsal becomes available for real action. Anticipatory stress feeds on uncertainty. Calm grows through tolerance of uncertainty. When you allow not knowing without forcing mental resolution, the nervous system experiences something new, safety without guarantees. That is how the cycle weakens. Not by eliminating the future, but by refusing to live in it before it arrives. And as this habit dissolves, the body no longer treats tomorrow as an emergency. It stays anchored in now, and now is usually steady. As anticipatory stress begins to quiet, you may notice something else happening beneath the surface. Even when you stop rehearsing the future, even when you breathe through imagined scenarios, the mind still seems to be searching for what could go wrong, searching for hidden tension in a room, searching for subtle changes in tone, expression, or silence. It feels automatic, almost instinctive. This is subconscious threat scanning. Your brain was built to detect danger faster than you can think about it. Long before logic evolved, survival depended on rapid pattern recognition. A sudden movement in the grass, a shift in the wind, a shadow where there should be light. The brain learned to scan constantly because missing one threat could mean death. That ancient system is still active. The amygdala continuously evaluates your environment for signs of risk. It does this quietly, beneath conscious awareness. You do not choose to scan, it happens in the background. The problem is that modern threats are rarely physical. They are social, emotional, and psychological. Disapproval, rejection, failure, financial instability, loss of status. The brain interprets these as forms of danger because belonging once ensured survival. Being excluded from a group thousands of years ago could be life-threatening. So today, when someone's facial expression changes slightly, your nervous system may react. When a message goes unanswered, the mind fills in negative interpretations. When silence stretches too long, the body tightens. Threat scanning becomes stronger if you grew up in unpredictable environments, if conflict was sudden, if approval was inconsistent, if safety depended on reading subtle cues. The brain adapted by becoming hyper-aware. It learned that scanning prevented surprise. Over time, this habit becomes automatic. Even in calm settings, the brain continues searching for problems. You may walk into a peaceful room and still feel alert. You may review a successful day and focus only on what went wrong. This is not pessimism, it is conditioning. The brain has a negativity bias. It gives more weight to potential threats than to neutral or positive signals. This bias once protected you, but when left unchecked, it creates constant tension. You begin to expect difficulty even when none is present. Subconscious threat scanning also affects relationships. You may overanalyze small changes in behavior. You may interpret neutral comments as criticism. The mind constructs stories to explain perceived risks. These stories feel real because they are rooted in emotional memory. To weaken this pattern, awareness must come first. Notice when you are scanning. Ask yourself gently, what am I looking for right now? Often the answer is vague. You are searching for something to fix, something to defend against. Once you notice it, shift attention deliberately. Instead of scanning for what is wrong, scan for what is stable. Look for evidence of safety, the sound of steady breathing, the firmness of the floor beneath your feet, the consistency of a friend's tone. This retrains the brain's focus. The brain adapts to repeated attention. If you consistently redirect scanning toward neutral or positive cues, neural pathways begin to change. The amygdala reduces its hyper-reactivity because it receives new information. Not every environment hides a threat. Slowing down perception also helps. When you rush, the brain remains in alert mode. Moving deliberately, speaking calmly, and maintaining steady eye contact signal to the nervous system that there is no emergency. It is also important to question interpretations. When you catch yourself assuming the worst, pause and ask, is this fact or prediction? Separating observation from assumption weakens automatic threat narratives. Physical relaxation reinforces this process. If you soften your gaze instead of sharply focusing, the brain interprets this as safety. Narrow vision is associated with threat. Wide, relaxed vision reduces alert signals. Over time, the brain learns that constant scanning is unnecessary. It conserves energy. It becomes selective instead of reactive. Threat scanning does not disappear entirely. It remains available when truly needed. The difference is that it no longer dominates daily life. As this shift occurs, mental space opens. Conversations feel lighter. Environments feel less tense. You are no longer searching for storms in clear skies. Unshakable calm grows when the brain stops hunting for danger in every moment. When scanning gives way to presence, attention becomes grounded instead of guarded. And guarded energy transforms into steady awareness. Not blind, not naive, just balanced. And balance allows peace to stay. As threat scanning begins to soften and the mind is no longer hunting for danger in every corner, a quiet space opens. And in that space, something unexpected can happen. Discomfort, not because something is wrong, but because nothing is happening. Stillness can feel unsettling. When the noise fades, when the phone is face down, when the room is silent, and there is no task demanding attention, a subtle tension may rise. The body shifts. The mind reaches for distraction. A thought appears that says, "Do something." That reaction reveals something important. The fear of stillness is rarely about silence itself. It is about what silence allows to surface. For many people, movement has become a shield. Constant activity keeps deeper feelings out of reach. When you are busy, there is no time to feel loneliness. When you are scrolling, there is no time to feel uncertainty. When you are solving problems, there is no time to ask whether you are truly content. Stillness removes the shield. In stillness, unresolved thoughts rise more clearly. Old emotions that were pushed aside gain volume. Questions about purpose, direction, or identity come forward. The nervous system, used to stimulation, suddenly has no distraction to focus on. The brain is accustomed to input: notifications, conversations, background noise, tasks. When input disappears, the mind turns inward. If the inner world feels unsettled, stillness becomes uncomfortable. This discomfort does not mean you are broken. It reveals what has not yet been processed. If rest feels unsafe, it may reflect a past where relaxation led to vulnerability. Perhaps calm moments were interrupted by sudden conflict. Perhaps you learned that lowering your guard invited criticism. The body remembers those patterns. There is also a cultural layer. Many environments reward constant productivity. Busyness is praised. Slowing down can feel lazy or unproductive. Over time, your identity may become tied to motion. Without motion, you may feel unsure of your value. Stillness challenges that belief. When you sit quietly, without producing or performing, you confront a simple truth. You exist without doing anything. That can feel freeing or frightening. The fear of stillness often reveals underlying beliefs about worth. If your sense of value depends on output, silence feels like emptiness. If your nervous system equates activity with safety, quiet feels exposed. Physiologically, stillness reduces external stimulation. The sympathetic nervous system, which thrives on activation, has less input to process. If it is used to constant engagement, the shift can feel like withdrawal. Restlessness arises not because something is wrong, but because the body is adjusting. Learning to tolerate stillness is a form of retraining. Start small. Sit in silence for 2 minutes without reaching for distraction. Notice the urge to move. Notice the thoughts that surface. Do not judge them. Simply observe. Over time, the nervous system adapts. What once felt uncomfortable begins to feel spacious. Thoughts that once seemed overwhelming lose intensity when given attention without reaction. Stillness also strengthens awareness. Without external noise, you hear internal patterns more clearly. You notice repetitive worries. You recognize emotional themes. This clarity is not always pleasant at first, but it is necessary for deeper calm. Breathing slowly during stillness helps anchor the body. A relaxed posture signals that there is no immediate threat. Keeping your gaze soft instead of closed can reduce feelings of vulnerability if silence feels intense. It is important to understand that stillness is not the absence of life. It is the presence of awareness. It creates room for reflection, creativity, and emotional integration. As comfort with stillness grows, something shifts inside. The need for constant stimulation fades. Decisions become less reactive. Reactions become more deliberate. You begin to realize that the fear of stillness was not about silence itself. It was about meeting yourself without distraction. And when you can sit with yourself calmly, without rushing to escape, unshakable calm deepens. Because calm is not found in noise. It is discovered in the space where nothing demands your attention, and you remain steady anyway. As stillness becomes less threatening and you begin to sit with yourself without rushing away, another layer of understanding quietly rises. When you finally slow down enough to notice your reactions, you may start to see where they began. Certain fears feel older than your current life. Certain pressures feel familiar in a way that doesn't fully belong to the present. And often, when you trace them back gently, they lead to something simple and powerful: the way you were praised and the way you were criticized. Childhood praise and criticism shape the nervous system long before you realize it. As a child, your brain was still forming its map of safety. You were not just learning language and skills. You were learning what makes you accepted, what makes you loved, what makes you worthy of attention. The nervous system recorded these patterns carefully because belonging meant survival. If praise came mostly when you achieved something, good grades, good behavior, impressive results, the subconscious may have learned that love is conditional. Approval equals safety. Achievement equals security. Without achievement, there is risk. That belief does not disappear when you grow up. It simply becomes more sophisticated. You may push yourself constantly. You may feel uneasy when you are not performing. You may struggle to relax because deep down, part of you believes that rest equals loss of value. On the other side, criticism leaves its own imprint. If mistakes were met with harsh words, ridicule, or withdrawal of affection, the nervous system learned to avoid error at all costs. Even small missteps could feel threatening. The body would tighten. The mind would race ahead to prevent future criticism. Over time, this creates adult anxiety that seems irrational. A minor comment from a colleague can trigger a disproportionate reaction. A small mistake can feel like a collapse of identity. Not because the present moment is severe, but because the nervous system remembers what criticism once meant. The brain does not separate past and present perfectly. Emotional memory blends them. If a child once felt unsafe when criticized, the adult body may still react with the same urgency. Praise can also shape anxiety in more subtle ways. If you were praised for being the strong one or the responsible one, you may feel pressure to maintain that image. Showing vulnerability could feel dangerous because it contradicts the identity that earned approval. Even well-intentioned praise can create pressure. When praise focuses only on results, "You're so smart," "You're the best," "You never fail," the subconscious may become afraid of losing that label. Anxiety grows around maintaining the image. Criticism, especially when personal rather than constructive, can internalize as a constant inner voice. You may no longer hear the original speaker, but the tone remains. The mind criticizes preemptively to avoid external judgment. This inner critic believes it is protecting you. To reprogram this pattern, awareness must replace blame. The goal is not to criticize your parents or caregivers. Most adults passed on what they themselves were taught. The goal is to understand how those early messages shaped your nervous system. Notice what triggers your anxiety today. Does it connect to approval? Does it connect to fear of disappointing others? Does it connect to maintaining an image? These themes often mirror early praise and criticism patterns. The nervous system needs new experiences to update these beliefs. Offering yourself internal validation is one step. Acknowledge effort instead of outcome. Recognize growth instead of perfection. This slowly retrains the subconscious to separate worth from performance. When you make a mistake, respond gently instead of harshly. Say internally, "This does not define me." Repetition of compassionate self-talk weakens the old critical imprint. It is also helpful to experience safe vulnerability. Share imperfection with trusted people and notice that connection remains. The nervous system learns that love is not withdrawn when you are human. Gradually, the pressure to perform eases. The need to avoid all mistakes softens. The body stops bracing for criticism that may never come. Calm grows when your worth is no longer on trial. When praise becomes encouragement instead of condition. When criticism becomes information instead of threat. As these early patterns lose their grip, anxiety begins to loosen. You are no longer trying to earn safety. You are allowing it. And in that shift, something steady forms. A quiet understanding that you were always worthy, even before the praise, even after the criticism. And that understanding settles deeply into calm. As the weight of childhood praise and criticism begins to loosen, another pattern becomes easier to see. Even when no one is judging you, even when nothing is actively wrong, the mind can still be staging scenes, conversations that haven't happened, arguments that haven't begun, failures that haven't occurred. The body responds as if the event is real.
This is emotional rehearsal.
It feels responsible at first. You tell yourself you are preparing, you are thinking ahead, you are making sure you won't be caught off guard. But preparation has a clear endpoint. Emotional rehearsal does not. It loops. You replay worst-case scenarios in detail. You imagine someone misunderstanding you. You imagine losing control. You imagine embarrassment, rejection, loss. And each time the scene plays, the nervous system reacts as if it is happening. The brain does not fully distinguish between vivid imagination and reality. When you mentally practice disaster, the amygdala activates. Stress hormones rise. The heart rate shifts. Muscles tighten slightly. Even if you are sitting still, your body is bracing. This repetition strengthens neural pathways. The more often you rehearse a negative outcome, the more familiar it becomes. The more familiar it becomes, the more likely the brain is to predict it again. You begin to expect problems, not because they are common, but because they are mentally rehearsed. Emotional rehearsal often grows from a desire to avoid pain. If you picture every possible mistake, you believe you can prevent it. If you anticipate rejection, you believe it will hurt less when it comes. The mind believes that preparing for the worst gives you control, but repeated rehearsal does not reduce pain, it extends it. You suffer before anything happens. And if the feared outcome never occurs, the body has still experienced the stress response many times. Over time, this pattern creates hyper-alertness. The nervous system stays slightly activated, waiting for the scene it has practiced. When something small resembles the rehearsal, the reaction is stronger because it has already been mentally lived through. The key to interrupting this pattern is recognizing when thinking shifts from planning to dramatizing. Planning is grounded in action. It involves concrete steps. Emotional rehearsal adds intensity, tone, and narrative. It focuses on feelings of humiliation, abandonment, or failure. When you notice yourself mentally replaying disaster, pause and label it clearly. This is rehearsal. Naming it creates distance. It moves you from inside the scene to observing it. Then shift the focus from outcome to response. Instead of rehearsing how everything could go wrong, rehearse how you would remain steady if something did. Picture yourself breathing slowly, speaking calmly, accepting uncertainty. This retrains the brain to associate future events with composure rather than collapse. It is also important to reduce the emotional charge of imagined scenes. Slow your breathing while thinking about the scenario. Keep your body relaxed. If the body stays calm while the thought appears, the brain learns that the thought itself is not dangerous. Another practice is time containment. Give yourself a limited period to reflect on concerns, then consciously close that window. When the mind returns to the scene later, remind yourself that rehearsal time is over. This builds mental boundaries. Physical grounding helps break loops. Stand up, stretch, look around the room, engage your senses. Emotional rehearsal thrives in abstraction. Bringing attention back to the present weakens its intensity. There is also a deeper shift required. Accepting uncertainty. Emotional rehearsal is often an attempt to eliminate surprise, but life cannot be fully predicted. When you allow not knowing without filling the gap with disaster, you create space for calm. Over time, as you reduce rehearsal, the brain stops expecting worst-case outcomes automatically. Neural pathways associated with catastrophe weaken from lack of use. The nervous system returns to baseline more quickly. You begin to respond to real events instead of imagined ones. Emotional rehearsal once felt protective. It once gave the illusion of control. But unshakable calm grows when you trust yourself to handle what comes, rather than suffering in advance. You do not need to practice collapse to survive difficulty. You can practice steadiness instead. And as that becomes your habit, the future stops feeling like a threat waiting to happen. It becomes something you meet, only when it arrives. As emotional rehearsal begins to quiet and you stop mentally practicing disasters that may never come, another subtle pattern starts to reveal itself. Even without worst-case scenarios running in your head, you may still feel the urge to fill every moment. A gap in the schedule feels uncomfortable. A free evening feels strange. Silence feels like something that needs to be fixed. This is the unconscious need to stay busy in order to feel safe. Busyness can look productive on the outside. Tasks completed, messages answered, goals pursued. But beneath it, there may be a quiet belief. If I keep moving, nothing can catch me. Movement becomes protection. Activity becomes armor. For some people, stillness was never associated with safety. In childhood, calm moments may have been unpredictable. Maybe conflict erupted suddenly. Maybe criticism arrived without warning. The nervous system learned that staying alert and engaged reduced surprise. Staying busy meant staying prepared. Over time, this pattern turns into identity. You become the one who is always doing something, always helping, always fixing, always planning the next step. And if there is nothing to do, anxiety creeps in. The body can confuse inactivity with vulnerability. When you stop moving, unresolved feelings have space to surface. Sadness, doubt, uncertainty, questions about direction or meaning. Busyness keeps those feelings at a distance. There is also a cultural layer reinforcing this habit. Society often rewards constant productivity. Being busy is praised. Slowing down can feel irresponsible. Rest may carry hidden guilt, but the nervous system does not measure worth by output. It measures safety by regulation. When you are constantly busy, the sympathetic nervous system remains slightly activated. Even positive tasks keep the brain engaged in problem-solving mode. The body rarely shifts fully into deep rest. Over time, this creates low-level tension. Sleep may become lighter. Relaxation may feel incomplete. Even vacations can feel restless because the internal pace remains fast. The unconscious need for busyness also protects identity. If you define yourself by usefulness, slowing down can feel like losing value. The mind whispers, "If I stop, who am I?" That question can feel uncomfortable enough to send you back into activity. Reprogramming this pattern requires separating safety from motion. Begin by noticing your reaction to empty space in your schedule. When you see free time, do you immediately fill it? Do you reach for your phone without thinking? Do you create new tasks even when none are urgent? Awareness reduces automatic behavior. Then practice small doses of intentional non-doing. Sit for 5 minutes without planning. Walk slowly without listening to anything. Allow yourself to finish a task and not immediately start another. The discomfort that arises is information. It shows how strongly busyness has been linked to safety. Breathing slowly during these pauses helps the nervous system adjust. Lengthen your exhale. Relax your shoulders. Remind yourself internally, nothing is chasing me. It is also helpful to redefine rest. Rest is not laziness. It is recovery. It allows the parasympathetic nervous system to activate. Digestion improves. Muscles soften. The brain consolidates information. Creativity increases when there is space. Notice how your body feels after true rest compared to constant activity. The contrast reveals how much tension busyness can hide. There may also be emotional layers beneath the habit. Ask gently, "What might I feel if I slowed down?" The answer may include loneliness, fear, or uncertainty. Facing those feelings directly is part of the rewiring process. Avoiding them through busyness keeps the pattern alive. Gradually, as you allow more space in your day, the nervous system begins to trust stillness. The urge to fill every gap weakens. You learn that safety does not depend on motion. Unshakable calm is not about doing less in life. It is about no longer using activity as a shield. You can still work, still create, still pursue goals. But movement comes from intention, not fear. When you no longer need busyness to feel secure, something steady emerges. You realize that you are safe even when you are still, and in that realization, calm deepens. Not because you escaped responsibility, but because you no longer run from silence. As the need to stay constantly busy begins to soften, another hidden driver of tension comes into view. Even when you allow space in your schedule, even when you are not overloaded with tasks, there can still be a quiet pressure inside, a feeling that you are behind, that you should be faster, that something must be handled now. It is not always linked to real deadlines, it lives internally. This is internal urgency. Internal urgency is the feeling that everything is slightly late, slightly unfinished, slightly at risk. It creates a subtle rush in the body. The breath becomes shallow, movements speed up, thoughts jump ahead. You may complete one task and immediately think about the next before allowing yourself to register completion. Unlike external urgency, which is tied to real-time constraints, internal urgency persists even when there is no immediate demand. It is a habit of pressure. Often this pattern begins early. If love, approval, or safety once felt inconsistent, the nervous system may have learned to move quickly. Acting fast reduced risk. Responding immediately prevented criticism. Over time, speed became linked to security. Internal urgency can also grow from comparison. Seeing others move ahead can trigger the belief that you are falling behind. The subconscious sets invisible timelines. You measure your worth against imagined standards. Even rest begins to feel like delay. Biologically, urgency keeps the sympathetic nervous system activated. Adrenaline provides a short burst of focus, but when urgency becomes constant, the body remains slightly tense. The heart rate stays elevated. Muscles rarely fully relax. The mind may interpret this as motivation, but motivation driven by fear feels different from motivation driven by clarity. Fear-based urgency feels tight. It feels like pressure pushing from behind. Breaking this pattern begins with noticing the physical sensations of urgency. Is your jaw tight? Are your shoulders raised? Is your breathing shallow? These cues reveal that the body is in activation mode even when the environment is calm. When you detect urgency, slow your movements deliberately. Walk more slowly. Speak more slowly. Type more slowly. The nervous system responds to pace. When your actions slow down, the brain receives a message that there is no immediate threat. Breathing plays a key role here as well. Inhale calmly through the nose. Exhale longer than you inhale. The extended exhale activates the parasympathetic system and reduces the biochemical signals of rush. It is also important to question the narrative behind urgency. Ask yourself gently, what happens if this waits? Often, the honest answer is nothing significant. Internal urgency exaggerates consequences. Creating visible completion helps retrain the brain. When you finish a task, pause, acknowledge it. Allow a moment of satisfaction before moving on. This signals to the subconscious that progress has occurred. It reduces the feeling of endless chase. Time boundaries can also help. Allocate focused periods for work and separate periods for rest. When work time ends, consciously close it. Internal urgency thrives when boundaries blur. Another key shift is redefining productivity. Steady progress over time is more sustainable than constant rush. Urgency often leads to burnout. Calm focus produces better results with less strain. There may also be emotional roots beneath urgency. It can mask fear of failure, fear of being left behind, fear of not doing enough. When you face those fears directly instead of outrunning them, urgency loses power. Practice doing one thing at a time with full attention. Multitasking reinforces internal rush because the brain switches contexts rapidly. Single-tasking trains steadiness. Over time, as you respond to urgency with slowness instead of speed, the nervous system recalibrates. The baseline lowers. The body stops bracing against invisible deadlines. Unshakable calm grows when your internal clock no longer controls you. You move because you choose to move, not because something is chasing you. You begin to trust that progress does not require panic,
That time is not your enemy.
and that you are not behind. You are simply moving at the pace that keeps you steady. And steady is sustainable, and sustainable is calm. As internal urgency begins to loosen its grip, another subtle force starts to reveal itself. You may notice that even when you slow down, even when you stop rushing, there is still a quiet tension beneath certain situations. A need for things to go a specific way, a need for people to respond as expected, a need for outcomes to unfold exactly as imagined.
And when they don't, something inside tightens.
This is the silent link between control and anxiety. Control often feels responsible, organized, mature. You tell yourself that you are simply planning well, anticipating outcomes, making sure everything runs smoothly, and to a degree that is healthy. But beneath excessive control is often fear. Control is the mind's attempt to create certainty in an uncertain world. Anxiety thrives in uncertainty. The brain prefers predictable patterns because predictability feels safe. When situations are open-ended, when responses are unknown, when results are not guaranteed, the nervous system activates. It prepares for risk. Control becomes the strategy to quiet that activation. If you can manage every detail, rehearse every possibility, influence every variable, then nothing will surprise you. Or at least, that is what the subconscious believes. But here is the hidden cost. The more you try to control, the more fragile you feel. Because life does not fully obey control. When someone behaves differently than expected, anxiety spikes. When plans shift unexpectedly, tension rises. When outcomes fall outside your influence, frustration appears. The body reacts as if something has gone wrong, even when the situation is neutral. This is because control creates an illusion of safety. It convinces the brain that certainty equals calm. But true calm does not come from controlling everything. It comes from tolerating what cannot be controlled. Often, the need for control begins early. If unpredictability once meant emotional instability, the nervous system may have learned to manage the environment carefully. Controlling details reduced chaos. It created structure where none existed. Over time, this strategy becomes automatic. You may over-prepare, over-analyze, over-correct. You may feel uncomfortable delegating. You may struggle when others make decisions differently than you would. The problem is not organization. The problem is attachment to outcome. When your sense of safety depends on specific results, you live in constant tension. The mind keeps checking for deviation. The body remains alert for disruption. Breaking this link begins with awareness. Notice where your anxiety spikes. Is it when plans change? When someone disagrees? When results are delayed? These moments reveal where control has become tied to security. Then gently separate effort from outcome. You can control your actions. You cannot control every result. Repeating this distinction trains the brain to focus on influence rather than guarantee. Breathing through moments of uncertainty is essential. When plans shift, pause instead of reacting immediately. Let the body settle before responding. The nervous system must learn that unpredictability is not automatically danger. Practicing flexibility in small ways helps build tolerance. Take a different route home. Allow someone else to choose the restaurant. Leave minor tasks unfinished until tomorrow. These small exercises show the brain that deviation does not equal disaster. It is also helpful to examine the belief beneath control. Often it sounds like, If I don't manage this, everything will fall apart. Question that belief gently. Is it always true? Has everything truly collapsed before? Reality is often more stable than the anxious mind predicts. Trust becomes a biological shift, not just a mental one. When you allow uncertainty without forcing resolution, the nervous system gradually reduces its threat response. The amygdala becomes less reactive. The body learns that it can handle unpredictability. Control shrinks as tolerance grows. Unshakable calm is not built on perfect outcomes. It is built on inner steadiness, regardless of outcome. You can plan without gripping.
You can prepare without obsessing.
You can act without demanding certainty.
And when you release the need to control every variable, something unexpected happens.
Anxiety softens. Because the energy once spent managing the uncontrollable returns to where it belongs. Inside your own response.
And your response is the only thing you truly need to steady.
When that becomes clear, calm deepens in a way that control never could. As the grip of control begins to loosen, you may notice another pattern that quietly feeds anxiety from beneath the surface. Even when you are not trying to control everything, even when you tell yourself to let go, the mind can suddenly jump to the worst possible conclusion. A small issue becomes a massive failure. A minor delay turns into a complete rejection. A simple mistake feels like the beginning of collapse. This is catastrophizing, and when it repeats often enough, it becomes a loop inside the subconscious. Catastrophizing is not just negative thinking. It is the brain's attempt to prepare for maximum threat. If the mind imagines the worst, it believes it will not be shocked if the worst happens. It feels like emotional armor. The problem is that the body reacts to imagined catastrophe as if it is already unfolding. The amygdala activates. Stress hormones rise. The heart tightens. Muscles brace. Even if nothing serious is happening, the nervous system shifts into emergency mode. The more often this loop runs, the stronger it becomes. Neural pathways reinforce themselves through repetition. The brain becomes efficient at jumping from small trigger to extreme outcome. Over time, this leap feels automatic. A simple example might be sending a message and not receiving an immediate reply. The mind moves from "they're busy" to "they're upset" to "I did something wrong" to "this relationship is ending." The entire story unfolds within seconds. By the time reality catches up, the body has already experienced fear. Catastrophizing loops often develop from earlier experiences where small events did lead to significant consequences. If unpredictability once meant real danger, the brain learned to escalate quickly. It believes rapid worst-case thinking increases survival. But in modern life, most small stressors are not life-threatening. The brain has not updated that distinction. Breaking the loop requires slowing the jump between trigger and conclusion. The first step is noticing the escalation. When your mind leaps ahead, pause and identify the initial trigger. What actually happened? Separate the fact from the story. The fact is usually brief and simple. The story is layered with assumption. Once you identify the story, question its certainty. Ask gently, is this the only possible outcome? Catastrophizing presents itself as inevitable. Challenging that inevitability weakens its intensity. It also helps to scale the situation realistically. If the worst outcome did occur, what would actually happen? Often the imagined disaster is exaggerated. When you calmly break it down into practical consequences, the emotional charge lowers. Breathing slowly during this process is essential. Without calming the body, the mind struggles to evaluate clearly. Long exhales signal safety and reduce stress hormone levels. Another effective practice is probability balancing. Instead of focusing only on the worst-case scenario, consciously generate neutral and positive alternatives. Not forced optimism, but realistic variety. This trains the brain to widen its predictive range. Physical grounding interrupts mental escalation. Shift attention to your senses. Notice sounds in the room. Feel your feet pressing into the floor. The body cannot remain fully immersed in catastrophic imagery when attention is anchored to present sensation. It is also important to address the deeper belief beneath catastrophizing. Often it sounds like, if I don't anticipate disaster, I'll be unprepared. But preparedness does not require emotional panic. You can think through possibilities calmly. Repetition rewires the loop. Each time you interrupt catastrophic escalation, you weaken the neural pathway. The brain begins to learn that not every trigger leads to crisis. Over time, the gap between event and reaction grows wider. You respond instead of spiral. You analyze instead of assume. The body remains more stable because it no longer rides extreme emotional waves for minor events. Unshakable calm develops when the mind stops turning small clouds into storms. Life will still present challenges, but without subconscious catastrophizing loops, those challenges remain proportionate. You see them clearly, you respond steadily, and you stop living in imagined collapse. Because most of the time, what you feared was never real, and the energy you once spent surviving disasters in your head becomes available for something else. Presence. And presence does not panic, it observes, and then it moves wisely. As catastrophizing loops begin to weaken, as the mind stops turning small moments into massive threats, something deeper can begin to surface. Beneath fear, beneath urgency, beneath control. There is sometimes a quieter emotion that has been sitting there for years without being named. Shame. Not the kind that comes and goes after a simple mistake, but the kind that lingers quietly. The kind that whispers, "There is something wrong with me." The kind that does not shout, but tightens the body slowly over time. Unprocessed shame is one of the strongest hidden drivers of chronic tension. Shame is different from guilt. Guilt says, "I did something wrong." Shame says, "I am wrong." Guilt can motivate change. Shame attacks identity. And when shame attaches to identity, the nervous system remains on guard. If at any point in life you felt deeply judged, humiliated, rejected, or made to feel small, your body recorded that moment, not just as memory, but as sensation, the heat in your face, the tightening in your stomach, the urge to disappear. Those physical reactions can become stored patterns. When shame is not processed, it does not disappear. It turns inward. The mind becomes more self-critical. The body stays slightly braced, as if expecting exposure. Chronic tension often hides this. Tight shoulders, a clenched jaw, shallow breathing, a constant readiness to defend, not because something is happening now, but because part of you fears being seen too clearly. Shame teaches the nervous system that visibility equals danger. You may notice this in subtle ways. Hesitating before speaking your opinion, over-explaining yourself, apologizing excessively, feeling anxious when attention is on you, working hard to appear perfect. These behaviors are often protective responses to earlier experiences of feeling inadequate or exposed. The body responds to shame like a social threat. In ancient times, exclusion from the group could mean death. So when shame arises, the brain reacts strongly. It activates the same stress pathways as physical danger. The heart rate shifts, muscles tense. The mind becomes hyper-aware of how others might perceive you. If shame remains unexamined, this tension becomes baseline. You live slightly guarded, slightly contracted, slightly self-monitoring. Releasing shame begins with recognition. Notice when tension rises around self-perception. Ask gently, "What am I afraid they will see?" Often the answer reveals an old belief. They'll see I'm not enough. They'll see I'm flawed. They'll see I'm weak. These beliefs were often formed in moments when you were young and vulnerable. A harsh comment, a public embarrassment, a comparison to someone else. The nervous system interpreted those moments as threats to belonging. Processing shame requires compassion, not intellectual dismissal, not saying that was silly, but acknowledging that hurt. When you allow yourself to feel the original pain without judgment, the body begins to release stored tension. Breathing deeply while bringing awareness to areas of tightness helps. Place attention gently on the chest or stomach where shame often sits. Instead of pushing the sensation away, allow it space. The nervous system relaxes when emotion is felt without resistance. It is also important to challenge shame-based identity. Replace "I am flawed" with "I am human." Replace "I am not enough" with "I am learning." The subconscious listens to repetition. Over time, new internal language reshapes belief. Safe connection is powerful in dissolving shame. Sharing vulnerability with someone who responds with understanding retrains the brain. It shows the nervous system that being seen does not always lead to rejection. Posture matters as well. Shame often causes physical contraction. Straightening the spine gently, lifting the head slightly, and opening the chest can influence emotional state. The body and emotion are deeply linked. Over time, as shame is acknowledged instead of hidden, chronic tension softens. The constant need to prove, defend, or hide decreases. Unshakable calm grows when you no longer brace against being exposed. When you accept your imperfections without collapse. When visibility no longer equals threat. Shame loses power when brought into awareness and met with understanding. And as it fades, the body releases the armor it has been wearing for years. What remains is not perfection, but steadiness. And steadiness feels light, because you are no longer carrying the weight of hiding. As unprocessed shame begins to soften and the armor around your identity loosens, another pattern becomes easier to feel. Even when nothing is actively wrong, even when no one is criticizing you, even when the room is quiet and safe, there may still be tension in your shoulders, tightness in your jaw, a subtle contraction in your stomach. It can feel like your body is waiting for something to go wrong. This is the body's habit of bracing for impact. Bracing is a protective reflex. When you expect something painful, physically or emotionally, the muscles contract in advance. If someone throws a ball toward your face, your body tightens before it even hits. That reflex makes sense in moments of real danger. But when the nervous system has lived in prolonged stress, it begins to brace even when there is no ball coming. If life once felt unpredictable, if conflict arrived suddenly, if criticism or disappointment came without warning, the body may have learned to stay slightly prepared at all times. Preparedness becomes posture. Contraction becomes default. You may notice this in small ways: holding your breath while checking a message, tightening your stomach before opening an email,
raising your shoulders when someone calls your name unexpectedly. The impact never comes, yet the body has already absorbed it. Over time, this bracing becomes chronic tension. Muscles remain partially contracted even during rest. The nervous system stays mildly activated. The body never fully settles into recovery. Bracing feels like vigilance. It feels responsible, but it drains energy. The nervous system operates through prediction. If it predicts discomfort, it prepares the body. The preparation itself becomes familiar, and familiarity feels safe, even if it is uncomfortable. Breaking this habit requires teaching the body that impact is not constant. Start by noticing your baseline posture. Are your shoulders lifted? Is your jaw clenched? Is your abdomen tight? Awareness is the first interruption. Then practice deliberate softening. Lower your shoulders slowly. Let your tongue rest gently in your mouth. Allow your stomach to expand as you breathe. These simple adjustments send powerful signals to the brain. Breathing is especially important. Bracing often shortens the breath. When you inhale deeply into your abdomen and exhale slowly, the vagus nerve activates. The body receives the message that there is no immediate threat. You can also scan your body intentionally. Close your eyes briefly and move your attention from head to toe. Notice areas of tightness. Instead of forcing them to relax, imagine warmth moving into those areas. Gentle attention reduces resistance. Movement helps release bracing patterns stored in muscles. Slow stretching, shaking out the arms, or rolling the shoulders can discharge accumulated tension. The body needs physical cues to shift out of protective mode. It is also helpful to observe when bracing happens. Does it appear before conversations, before deadlines, before social interactions? These patterns reveal where the nervous system expects impact. Once you identify a trigger, pause before entering it. Take a slow breath. Relax your posture. Enter the situation with softness instead of contraction. Even if the environment remains uncertain, your body begins to learn a new response. There is a deeper shift here as well. Bracing is often tied to the belief that pain is inevitable, that something will eventually go wrong. But life is not constant collision. Many moments pass without harm. Each time you experience a situation without negative impact, and you consciously notice it, the brain updates its prediction. The body learns that not every interaction requires armor. Over time, muscles release more easily. Sleep deepens. Energy increases because you are no longer preparing for events that never arrive. Unshakable calm grows when the body trusts that it does not have to flinch before life touches it. You still respond when needed. You still protect yourself when necessary. But you do not live in preemptive defense. The shoulders lower naturally. The breath flows freely. The stomach softens. And instead of bracing for impact, you stand grounded, open, and steady, because you no longer expect the world to hit you at every turn. As the habit of bracing slowly loosens and the body begins to soften, something unexpected can happen. Instead of relief, there may be discomfort. Instead of peace, there may be unease. The muscles finally relax, and the mind becomes restless. The shoulders drop, and a quiet anxiety rises. For some people, relaxation does not feel safe. This can be confusing. Relaxation is supposed to be the goal. It is supposed to feel good. But if your nervous system has been shaped by years of vigilance, slowing down can feel like lowering your guard in the middle of a battlefield. The body learns through experience. If calm moments in the past were followed by sudden conflict, criticism, or instability,
The nervous system may have formed a quiet rule: do not relax too much. If safety once disappeared without warning, relaxation becomes associated with vulnerability. In that case, tension feels protective, alertness feels responsible, softening feels risky. There is also a biological explanation. When the sympathetic nervous system has been dominant for a long time, the body becomes accustomed to higher levels of activation. Adrenaline and cortisol become familiar. When relaxation begins and those chemicals decrease, the shift can feel unfamiliar. Unfamiliar sensations can be interpreted as threat. It is not that relaxation is dangerous. It is that the body does not recognize it as normal yet. You might notice this in subtle ways. During meditation, your mind races instead of quieting. During a calm evening, you feel the urge to check your phone repeatedly. When lying down to rest, your thoughts become louder. The body may even tighten slightly as it begins to relax, as if testing whether it is truly safe. Relaxation also creates space for emotion. When you are constantly busy or alert, deeper feelings remain buried. When you slow down, those feelings rise. Sadness, fear, uncertainty. The nervous system senses this emotional exposure and may respond by reactivating tension. In this way, relaxation can feel like losing control. If your identity has been built around productivity, strength, or vigilance, relaxing may challenge that identity. You may subconsciously fear becoming weak, lazy, or unprepared. To rewire this pattern, relaxation must be introduced gradually. Start with short periods of intentional softness. Instead of forcing full stillness, allow small moments. Take a few slow breaths. Sit quietly for 2 minutes. Stretch gently without rushing. Let the body experience relaxation in doses it can tolerate. Pair relaxation with safety signals. Sit in a familiar space. Keep your posture upright if lying down feels too vulnerable. Leave your eyes slightly open if closing them increases discomfort. These adjustments reassure the nervous system. Breathing with longer exhales helps signal safety biologically. As you exhale slowly, your heart rate decreases. The vagus nerve activates. The body learns that calm is not collapse. If rest triggers racing thoughts, do not fight them. Observe them gently. Say internally, "My body is adjusting." The nervous system needs repetition to update its expectations. Movement-based relaxation can also help. Gentle walking, light stretching, or slow yoga may feel safer than complete stillness at first. The body experiences calm while remaining engaged. It is important to remind yourself that relaxation is not surrender. It is recovery. Muscles need it. The brain needs it. The immune system strengthens during it. Calm is not the absence of readiness. It is the restoration of balance. Over time, as you practice relaxing without negative consequence, the brain revises its prediction. It begins to understand that softness does not invite harm, that slowing down does not erase strength. The discomfort decreases. The body begins to welcome stillness instead of resisting it. Unshakable calm grows when relaxation becomes familiar instead of foreign. When the nervous system trusts that peace is not a trap, when softness no longer feels like exposure, and when your body understands that you can rest without something going wrong. That is when calm stops feeling unsafe and starts feeling like home. As relaxation begins to feel less threatening and the body slowly accepts stillness, another mental habit may step forward quietly. It does not shout. It whispers, It sounds reasonable, responsible, even intelligent. What if? What if this goes wrong? What if they misunderstand me? What if I lose this opportunity? What if something happens that I didn't see coming? The phrase seems harmless, but when repeated often enough, it becomes one of the strongest drivers of anxiety. The psychology of what if is rooted in survival. Thousands of years ago, asking what if kept humans alive. What if that sound in the distance is a predator? What if the weather changes suddenly? What if food becomes scarce? Imagining possibilities helped prepare for danger before it arrived. The brain evolved to forecast. The prefrontal cortex scans for future outcomes. The amygdala evaluates those outcomes for threat. Together, they form a predictive system designed to minimize risk. The problem is not the ability to think ahead. The problem is when what if becomes default thinking. When the mind repeatedly asks what if in a negative direction, it activates the same stress pathways as real danger. The body tightens, the heart rate shifts, muscles brace. Even though nothing is happening now, the nervous system reacts as if something might happen at any second. What if feels like preparation. It feels like control, but most of the time it produces no useful action. It produces mental rehearsal of uncertainty. There are two types of what if. One is practical. What if the meeting runs long? I'll prepare notes. This leads to action and then stops. The other is open-ended. What if they don't like me? What if I fail? What if everything falls apart? This type has no clear solution. It loops. The looping version keeps the brain in anticipation mode. It trains the nervous system to live in the future instead of the present. Often, chronic what-if thinking develops in environments where unpredictability once carried real consequences. If mistakes were punished harshly, if safety was inconsistent, if approval was fragile, the brain learned to scan ahead constantly. What if became protection. But in adulthood, this pattern often overfires. The brain prefers certainty. When faced with uncertainty, it tries to fill the gap with prediction. Negative prediction feels safer because it prepares you emotionally. If you expect the worst, you believe you will not be surprised. Yet repeated worst-case imagining does not increase resilience. It increases tension. Disabling excessive what-if thinking begins with recognizing its purpose. It is not weakness. It is an outdated survival tool. When a what-if arises, pause and identify which type it is. Does it lead to a specific action? If yes, take that action and close the loop. If not, label it gently. This is uncertainty, not danger. Then, shift your focus to what is actually happening in this moment. Look around. Notice physical details. Feel your breath. The nervous system recalibrates when attention returns to the present. Another helpful shift is replacing what if with even if. Instead of what if I fail, try even if I fail, I can handle it. This reframing builds trust in your response rather than fear of the outcome. The brain learns through repetition. Each time you refuse to spiral into endless what-if scenarios, the neural pathway weakens. Each time you tolerate uncertainty without filling it with disaster, the amygdala reduces its alarm response. It is also important to practice uncertainty in small doses. Make minor decisions without overthinking. Allow small outcomes to unfold naturally. Notice that most situations resolve without catastrophe. Over time, the nervous system updates its belief. Not every unknown leads to harm. Not every possibility requires rehearsal. Unshakable calm grows when "what if" loses its authority. You still think ahead when needed, you still plan wisely, but you no longer live in imagined futures. You return to what is real, what is present.
What is steady?
And most of the time, the present is far less threatening than the stories the mind tries to write. When that becomes clear, "what if" softens, and calm takes its place. As "what if" thinking begins to lose its grip and the mind stops racing ahead into imagined futures, another subtle distinction becomes important. You may feel quieter, less reactive, more controlled. But there is a difference between being calm and appearing calm. There is a difference between suppression and true nervous system calm. Suppression looks steady on the outside. The face remains neutral. The voice stays controlled. The body appears composed. But internally, tension may still be present. The jaw tightens slightly. The breath becomes shallow. The chest feels heavy. Emotion is pushed down, not processed. True calm feels different. The body is soft. The breath moves fully. There is space between emotion and reaction. You are not fighting what you feel. You are allowing it without being overwhelmed. Suppression happens when emotion is judged as unacceptable. You may have learned early in life that anger was dangerous, sadness was weak, or fear was embarrassing. So the nervous system adapted. Instead of expressing emotion, it learned to contain it. On the surface, this can look like strength, but suppression does not eliminate emotion. It stores it. When emotion is suppressed, the sympathetic nervous system may still activate. Stress hormones rise, but expression is blocked. The body carries the charge. Over time, this leads to chronic muscle tension, irritability, fatigue, or sudden emotional outbursts. True nervous system calm does not block emotion. It regulates it. Regulation means feeling the emotion while keeping the body grounded. It means acknowledging anger without attacking, feeling sadness without collapsing, experiencing fear without panicking. The key difference lies in internal experience. In suppression, there is resistance. In regulation, there is allowance. Biologically, suppression keeps stress pathways active. Studies show that actively pushing down emotion increases heart rate and cortisol levels. The body remains on alert because it senses internal conflict. In contrast, when emotion is acknowledged without judgment, the prefrontal cortex engages. It helps modulate amygdala activity. The stress response decreases more quickly because the body does not feel divided against itself. You can test the difference. Think of a recent situation where you felt frustrated. First, imagine forcing yourself not to feel it. Notice what happens in your body. Often tension increases. Now imagine allowing yourself to admit, "I feel frustrated," while breathing slowly. The sensation begins to soften. Suppression often leads to delayed reaction. You may hold everything in during the day, only to feel irritable or exhausted at night. That is stored activation seeking release. True calm does not require emotional silence. It requires emotional safety. Creating this safety begins with internal permission. When emotion arises, say gently, "This is allowed." That statement reduces internal resistance. Breathing deeply while naming the emotion lowers stress chemistry. I feel anxious. I feel disappointed. Naming activates higher brain regions that reduce limbic overactivation. Posture matters here as well. If you suppress emotion, the body often contracts. Shoulders hunch, arms fold inward.
Opening the chest slightly and maintaining relaxed posture signals that expression is safe. It is also important to separate expression from reaction. You can feel anger without acting aggressively. You can feel sadness without withdrawing completely. Regulation allows emotion to move without dominating behavior. Over time, practicing regulation retrains the nervous system. It learns that strong feelings are not threats to survival. The amygdala becomes less reactive because emotion is processed instead of buried. Suppression creates fragility. When pressure builds long enough, it erupts. True calm creates resilience. Emotion flows, settles, and passes. Unshakable calm is not emotional numbness. It is emotional flexibility. You bend without breaking. You feel without drowning. When you stop fighting your own emotions, the body no longer needs to stay on guard. The breath deepens naturally. The muscles soften without force, and calm becomes real, not because nothing is felt, but because everything is allowed. That is the difference. One hides tension, the other dissolves it. And when the nervous system learns that it does not have to suppress in order to survive, peace becomes sustainable. As you begin to understand the difference between suppression and true calm, a deeper question naturally rises. If regulation is possible, if emotion can be felt without being buried, then why do some reactions still feel automatic? Why does the body sometimes react faster than your awareness can catch it? Because every nervous system has a baseline, and that baseline determines how quickly you react. Your emotional baseline is the level of activation your body returns to when nothing specific is happening. It is your default setting. Some people live close to neutral. Their nervous system rests in a balanced state. Others live slightly elevated. Their system sits closer to alertness even when the environment is calm. If your baseline is high, small triggers feel larger. A minor inconvenience feels irritating. A simple comment feels personal. A delay feels threatening. Not because the event is extreme, but because your starting point is already close to activation. Lowering reactivity is not about controlling every trigger. It is about lowering the baseline itself. Think of it like this. If a glass is already filled almost to the top, even a small drop will cause overflow. But if the glass is only half full, it can absorb more without spilling. Chronic stress, unresolved emotion, constant stimulation, and prolonged vigilance all raise the baseline over time. The nervous system becomes used to operating in mild fight or flight. It feels normal, even though it is not balanced. Resetting your emotional baseline requires consistency, not intensity. The first step is physical regulation. Sleep is foundational. Without sufficient rest, cortisol remains elevated and the nervous system cannot recalibrate. Deep sleep allows stress hormones to decrease and emotional circuits to stabilize. Breathing patterns throughout the day also influence baseline. If you habitually breathe shallowly from your chest, the body remains in mild activation. Practicing diaphragmatic breathing regularly lowers resting heart rate and shifts the nervous system toward parasympathetic balance. Movement plays a critical role. Moderate physical activity discharges accumulated stress hormones. It prevents activation from stacking day after day. Even a brisk walk can lower baseline tension when done consistently. Reducing unnecessary stimulation is equally important. Constant notifications, rapid multitasking, and background noise keep the brain alert. Creating periods of quiet reduces cumulative activation. The nervous system needs moments without demand to reset. Emotional processing lowers baseline as well. When feelings are acknowledged and expressed safely, they do not linger as background tension. Journaling, reflection, or calm conversation can help discharge stored emotional energy. Nutrition also influences reactivity. High sugar intake and excessive caffeine increase sympathetic activation. Stabilizing blood sugar through balanced meals supports steady mood and energy. But beyond physical habits, there is cognitive recalibration. Notice your automatic interpretations. If your first assumption is often negative, the baseline remains elevated. Practicing balanced thinking reduces unnecessary threat signals. Practice delayed response. When triggered, pause before speaking or acting. This trains the prefrontal cortex to regulate the amygdala. Over time, the gap between trigger and reaction widens naturally. Baseline reset also requires boundaries. Constant exposure to draining situations prevents recovery. Limiting interactions or environments that repeatedly activate you allows the nervous system to stabilize. The process is gradual. At first, you may not notice dramatic change, but over weeks of consistent practice, something shifts. You wake up feeling less tense. Small irritations feel manageable. Unexpected events do not spike your heart rate as sharply. Your resting state becomes softer. Lowering your emotional baseline does not eliminate emotion. It creates capacity. It allows you to experience life without constant overflow. Unshakable calm is not built in dramatic moments. It is built in ordinary ones, in how you breathe when nothing is wrong, in how you rest when no one is watching, in how you respond to small inconveniences.
When your baseline lowers, your reactions naturally soften.
You do not have to force patience. You do not have to fight anger. You begin from steadiness instead of tension. And when steadiness becomes your default, calm stops being something you chase. It becomes where you live. As your emotional baseline begins to soften and your reactions stop firing so quickly, something deeper starts to surface. When the constant urgency fades, when the nervous system is no longer living on edge, there can be a strange question waiting underneath it all. If I am not stressed, who am I? For many people, stress has quietly become part of their identity, not just something they feel, something they are. I'm just a high-strung person. I work best under pressure. I've always been anxious. I'm the responsible one. These phrases sound harmless, but repeated often enough, they become internal definitions. The mind begins to build a self-image around tension, around urgency, around vigilance. Stress becomes familiar, and familiarity can feel like safety. When you've spent years being the one who anticipates problems, solves crises, carries responsibility, or stays alert for everyone else, your nervous system adapts to that role. You begin to equate stress with importance, with value, with control. If you are not worried, you may feel careless. If you are not busy, you may feel irrelevant. If you are not tense, you may feel exposed. This is identity attachment. The brain does not only fear danger, it fears losing identity. So when calm begins to grow, it can feel unfamiliar in a deeper way. Not just physically different, but personally destabilizing. Without stress, who are you? This is where identity deconstruction becomes necessary. You are not your stress response. You are not your vigilance. You are not the constant problem solver unless you consciously choose to be. Stress is a pattern your nervous system learned. Identity is something your mind constructed around that pattern. To deconstruct it, you must separate behavior from self. Instead of saying, I am anxious, begin to say,
Anxiety arises in me. That subtle shift creates space. It reminds you that anxiety is an experience, not a personality. Instead of, "I'm just wired this way," try, "My nervous system adapted this way." Adaptation is not destiny. Another important step is noticing where stress has been rewarded. Perhaps you received praise for being responsible. Perhaps you were valued for handling chaos. Perhaps being calm was interpreted as lazy or disconnected in your environment. The subconscious links stress with approval. Letting go of that identity may feel like letting go of validation, but calm does not erase competence. It enhances it. A regulated nervous system makes clearer decisions. A steady mind solves problems more effectively than a tense one. There is also grief in identity change. If you have always been the strong one, the fixer, the alert one, stepping into calm may feel like losing something familiar. That grief is normal. You are not losing strength. You are releasing tension disguised as strength. Ask yourself gently, if I did not need to be stressed to feel worthy, how would I move through the day? Would you speak more slowly? Would you pause more often? Would you trust others to handle their own responsibilities? Identity deconstruction is not about becoming someone new. It is about uncovering who you were before chronic tension shaped you. Children are naturally regulated when safe. They are alert when needed, relaxed when safe. That flexibility is your original design. Stress became identity through repetition. Calm can become identity through practice. Begin reinforcing new statements internally. I am steady. I respond thoughtfully. I do not need tension to be effective. I am safe even when I am calm. The brain builds identity through repetition. The more often you embody calm behavior, the more familiar it becomes. The more familiar it becomes, the less threatening it feels. Over time, something subtle shifts. You stop introducing yourself internally as anxious. You stop expecting yourself to react intensely. You begin seeing yourself as grounded. And when grounded becomes part of your identity, your nervous system aligns with it. Unshakable calm is not just a state. It is a self-concept. When stress is no longer who you think you are, you no longer defend it. You no longer cling to urgency. You no longer need chaos to feel important. You begin to move differently, speak differently, think differently, and in that space you rediscover something simple and powerful. You were never meant to be tension. You were meant to be steady. And when that becomes who you believe you are, calm stops feeling like effort. It feels like truth. As identity begins to shift and you slowly release the belief that stress defines you, another layer often reveals itself. Many people who carry constant tension do not see themselves as anxious. They see themselves as responsible for outcomes, responsible for other people's feelings, responsible for preventing mistakes, responsible for keeping everything from falling apart. This is hyper-responsibility, and it quietly programs inner tension. Hyper-responsibility usually forms early. Perhaps you were praised for being mature beyond your years. Perhaps you stepped into adult roles too soon. Maybe you became the mediator in your family, the caretaker, the peacekeeper, the one who did not cause problems. When a child learns that stability depends on their behavior, the nervous system adapts. It stays alert. It monitors the emotional climate. It scans for shifts in tone, body language, and mood. It tries to correct problems before they escalate. That adaptation may have once been protective, but when it continues into adulthood, it creates chronic tension.
The subconscious rule becomes, if something goes wrong, it's my fault. Even when logic says otherwise, the body tightens at the first sign of potential conflict. Shoulders rise, breath shortens. The mind begins running through solutions before anyone has asked for them. Hyper-responsibility feels like control, but it is actually fear of being blamed, fear of disappointing, fear of losing approval. You may notice it in small ways. You replay conversations to check if you offended someone. You feel uneasy when someone around you is upset, even if it has nothing to do with you. You take on tasks that others could manage themselves because you do not trust that things will be handled properly. Over time, this creates inner tension that never fully switches off. The nervous system is constantly monitoring, constantly anticipating, constantly preparing to step in. But here is the truth. You are not responsible for regulating everyone else's emotions. You are not responsible for preventing every discomfort. You are not responsible for outcomes beyond your influence. The body does not automatically know this. It must learn it. The first step is awareness. When tension rises in response to someone else's stress, pause and ask, is this actually mine to carry? Often the honest answer is no. Then practice staying grounded while others experience their own emotions. This may feel uncomfortable at first. The impulse to fix or intervene may be strong, but allowing others to manage their own feelings teaches your nervous system that you do not need to absorb everything. Breathing slowly while someone else is upset helps retrain this pattern. It signals to your body that you can remain calm even when others are not. Boundaries are also essential. Saying no without over-explaining reduces unnecessary responsibility. Allowing tasks to be imperfectly handled by others builds trust that you are not the sole stabilizer. Hyper-responsibility often hides a belief. If I relax, everything will collapse. Test this gently. Let small things go. Allow minor inconveniences to unfold without intervention. Notice that the world continues functioning. This is not about becoming careless. It is about recalibrating responsibility to a healthy range. When responsibility is balanced, tension decreases. Your breath deepens more naturally. Your muscles remain softer throughout the day. You stop scanning constantly for problems that are not yours to solve. You begin conserving energy. Unshakable calm grows when you carry only what truly belongs to you, when you allow others to carry their share, when you accept that perfection is not required for stability, and when your nervous system finally understands that the weight you have been holding is not entirely yours. Hyper-responsibility once helped you survive, but calm helps you live. And as you loosen the grip of excessive responsibility, your body slowly releases the tension it no longer needs to maintain. You remain capable. You remain dependable. But you are no longer tight with the pressure of holding everything together. You stand steady, not because you carry it all, but because you no longer try to. As hyper-responsibility begins to loosen its grip, and you slowly stop carrying what was never fully yours, another layer often reveals itself beneath it. If you are not responsible for everyone's emotions, if you are not required to hold everything together, then what exactly has been driving that pressure? Very often, it is the fear of disappointing others. This fear does not always look dramatic. It rarely announces itself loudly. Instead, it shows up quietly in over-explaining, in saying yes when you mean no, in feeling a wave of guilt when someone seems even slightly dissatisfied with you. It lives in the subtle tightening of the chest when you sense disapproval. It lives in the restless need to fix how you are being perceived. At its core, the subconscious fear of disappointing others is a fear of losing connection. For the human nervous system, belonging has always meant safety. In early life, approval from caregivers was directly linked to survival. If connection was unstable, inconsistent, or conditional, the brain learned a powerful lesson. Stay pleasing, stay acceptable, stay useful.
Over time, this becomes a survival strategy.
You may have learned to read tone changes instantly, to adjust your behavior to match expectations, to anticipate what others want before they ask, to avoid conflict at almost any cost. None of this is weakness, it is adaptation, but adaptation can turn into inner captivity. When the subconscious believes that disappointing someone equals rejection, the nervous system reacts as if danger is present. A simple "I'm not happy with this" can feel like a threat to stability. Even neutral feedback can activate anxiety. The body prepares for emotional exile. The result is constant low-level tension. You monitor your performance, you monitor your words, you monitor your image, and this monitoring consumes energy. The truth is, disappointing others is unavoidable in a healthy life. If you have boundaries, you will disappoint someone. If you choose your own priorities, someone will disagree. If you act authentically, not everyone will approve. But the subconscious does not easily accept this. It prefers harmony over autonomy. It prefers approval over alignment. To reprogram this fear, the nervous system must learn that disappointment does not equal abandonment. This begins with tolerating small moments of disapproval. When someone reacts negatively to a boundary, resist the urge to immediately fix it. Stay present. Notice your breathing. Feel the discomfort without rushing to eliminate it. Over time, the body learns that rejection does not automatically follow disappointment. It also helps to separate emotion from responsibility. Someone else's disappointment is their emotional experience. It does not automatically mean you have done something wrong. Adults are capable of processing their own feelings. Another key shift is redefining what connection means. Real connection is not built on constant approval. It is built on honesty and mutual respect. If your connection depends entirely on never disappointing anyone, it is fragile by design. Ask yourself gently, what have I been afraid would happen if someone is disappointed in me? Often the answer reveals an old fear, not a present reality. You may discover that the fear is larger than the actual consequence. Most disappointments are temporary. Most relationships survive boundaries. And those that do not were often dependent on your over-functioning. The body must also experience self-approval. When you make a choice aligned with your values, even if it disappoints someone, affirm yourself internally. This was honest. This was fair. This respects my limits. Self-validation gradually reduces the need for constant external validation. Over time, the nervous system recalibrates. It stops interpreting every potential disappointment as a threat. Your breath remains steadier during difficult conversations. Your posture remains open instead of contracted. You begin to understand something deeply freeing. You can care about others without being controlled by their reactions. You can value connection without sacrificing yourself. You can allow disappointment to exist without collapsing under it. Unshakable calm grows when your sense of safety no longer depends entirely on approval. And as that dependency loosens, the inner tension that once came from trying to satisfy everyone begins to dissolve. You remain kind, you remain considerate, but you are no longer afraid of being human. And that freedom feels like breathing fully for the first time.
As the fear of disappointing others begins to soften, another quiet force often reveals itself behind it. Even when no one is watching, even when no feedback is being given, there can still be a sense of being evaluated, not by others,
By yourself.
This is the internal performance monitor. It is the voice that tracks how well you are doing at all times. It measures productivity. It critiques tone. It reviews conversations. It asks, was that good enough? It rarely rests. This monitor often formed early in life. If approval was tied to achievement, behavior, or perfection, the brain learned to constantly self-evaluate. It became safer to monitor yourself than to be surprised by criticism from others. If you could catch your own mistakes first, you could prevent rejection.
So the mind developed an internal supervisor.
At first, this may have helped you succeed. It pushed you to prepare more, to improve, to anticipate errors. But over time, the monitor stops being a tool and becomes a constant presence. You may notice it after social interactions. You replay what you said. You analyze expressions on others' faces. You question whether you were too much or not enough. Even during rest, it whispers, you could be doing more. This constant self-assessment keeps the nervous system slightly activated. The body never fully relaxes because it feels observed, even in solitude. The internal monitor does not always sound harsh. Sometimes it sounds responsible, motivated, disciplined, but beneath it is tension.
You are not allowed to simply be. You must always perform, even privately.
Releasing the internal performance monitor does not mean abandoning growth. It means separating growth from constant self-surveillance. The first step is awareness. Notice when the monitor activates. It often appears after mistakes, during silence, or when you compare yourself to others. Instead of engaging with every thought, label it gently. Monitoring.
This labeling creates distance. You begin to see the pattern instead of becoming absorbed by it.
Next, practice non-evaluative presence. During simple tasks, walking, eating, sitting, avoid rating yourself. Just experience. Notice sensations without judging productivity or improvement. This retrains the brain to tolerate existence without scoring it. It also helps to limit comparison. The internal monitor feeds on external standards, reducing exposure to constant metrics. Social media performance cues and productivity culture gives the nervous system room to recalibrate. Another key shift is redefining worth. If your value is tied only to output, the monitor will never rest. Begin affirming qualities unrelated to performance: kindness, curiosity, presence, integrity. These do not require constant measurement. You can also challenge perfection gently. Intentionally allow small imperfections. Send a message without over-editing it repeatedly. Speak naturally without rehearsing every sentence in your mind. Let small flaws exist without correction. Each time nothing catastrophic happens, the nervous system learns that constant monitoring is not required for safety. Compassion is essential here. The monitor developed to protect you. It believed that flawless performance ensured acceptance. Thank it internally for its effort, then inform it that you are safe enough now to ease up. As this pattern softens, you may notice something new. Silence feels lighter. You stop replaying conversations at night. You finish tasks without mentally grading them. You rest without guilt creeping in. Unshakable calm grows when you are no longer being internally audited.
When your nervous system no longer feels like it is on stage. when your worth is not constantly under review. You remain capable, you still improve, you still strive when needed. But you also allow yourself to exist without scoring every move. And in that space, where performance loosens its grip, peace begins to settle more deeply, because you are not here to be evaluated every second. You are here to live. And when the internal monitor finally quiets, life feels less like a test and more like a place you belong. As the internal performance monitor begins to quiet, as you stop grading every word, every action, every moment, there is another pattern that often fuels that monitor from the shadows.
Comparison.
Even when no one is directly judging you, the mind can still measure. It scans outward. It observes others. It calculates position. It asks silently, where do I stand? Comparison feels automatic because it is deeply wired into the human brain. In early social groups, knowing your position helped you survive. Status influenced access to resources, safety, and belonging. The brain learned to track hierarchy.
But in the modern world, comparison has become constant.
Through screens, through careers, through appearance, through lifestyle, you are exposed to curated highlights of hundreds of lives in a single day. The subconscious absorbs this information quickly and often without context. When comparison becomes frequent, it rewires the brain toward insecurity. Here is why. Every time you compare upward, seeing someone who appears more successful, more attractive, more confident, the brain interprets it as potential social threat. The amygdala activates slightly. The nervous system shifts into mild alertness, not because you are in danger, but because your position feels uncertain.
This repeated microactivation builds tension over time.
The subconscious begins forming subtle beliefs. I am behind. I am not enough. I need to do more. These beliefs feed the internal monitor. They increase urgency. They keep the baseline elevated. Comparison also distorts perception. You compare your full reality, including doubts and struggles, to someone else's visible strengths. The brain does not account for hidden context. It simply registers difference. Over time, this trains the subconscious to look for lack instead of stability. You may notice this in small moments. You feel content. Then you scroll. Suddenly your mood shifts. You question your progress. You reevaluate your goals. The nervous system moves from calm to mild agitation. Repeated enough, this becomes habitual insecurity. Breaking this pattern does not require ignoring others. It requires shifting the frame. First, reduce unconscious exposure. Limit comparison triggers where possible. Not from avoidance, but from intention. The brain cannot constantly recalibrate if it is continuously fed exaggerated standards. Second, practice internal referencing. Instead of asking, how do I measure against them? Ask, how am I progressing relative to my past self? This shifts the nervous system from threat evaluation to growth tracking. Third, acknowledge admiration without turning it into self-criticism. When you see someone skilled or accomplished, say internally, that is impressive, and stop there. Do not add, and I am behind. This trains the brain to separate appreciation from self-judgment. Another powerful shift is recognizing uniqueness. The nervous system calms when it understands that value is not purely competitive. Not every strength competes. Many coexist. Comparison narrows identity. It forces you into external categories. But calm grows when identity is anchored internally. Ask yourself, if no one else existed to compare against, how would I define success? What would matter?
What pace would feel natural?
This question often reveals how much external measurement has shaped internal pressure. Over time, when comparison decreases, something subtle changes. You celebrate others without shrinking.
You progress without rushing. You notice your own growth without needing proof.
The nervous system relaxes because it no longer feels like it is in constant ranking.
Unshakable calm does not come from being superior. It comes from being secure. Secure in your pace, secure in your path, secure in your timing. When comparison loses its authority, insecurity weakens. And when insecurity weakens, the body softens.
You no longer scan for evidence of being less.
You no longer measure every step against someone else's highlight. You stand where you are, steady. Not because you are ahead, but because you are no longer running someone else's race in your mind. And that steadiness is deeply calming. As comparison begins to lose its grip, as insecurity softens and your sense of worth becomes less dependent on outside measurement, something interesting happens inside the body. You start to notice it, the way your shoulders sit, the way your jaw rests, the way your spine curves when no one is watching. Calm is not only mental, it is physical, and posture is not only structural, it is emotional. There is a feedback loop between how you hold your body and how your nervous system feels. When you are anxious, the body naturally contracts. Shoulders round forward, the chest narrows, the head drops slightly, muscles tighten around the stomach. This posture protects vital organs. It is ancient, protective, defensive. But here is what many people miss.
The body does not only reflect emotion,
it reinforces it. When you stay in a contracted posture for long periods, the nervous system reads it as ongoing threat. The brain receives signals from muscle tension and interprets them as confirmation that something is wrong. The amygdala remains slightly activated. The stress response stays engaged. In simple terms, slumped posture can quietly maintain anxiety. The same is true in the opposite direction. When you gently lengthen your spine, relax your shoulders, and open your chest, the body sends different signals upward. The vagus nerve, which plays a key role in calming the nervous system, responds to changes in breathing and posture. Open posture supports deeper breathing. Deeper breathing signals safety. This is not about forced power poses. It is about alignment. Alignment communicates steadiness. Try something subtle. Sit as you normally would when stressed. Notice your breathing. Notice tension points. Now slowly adjust. Lift your chest slightly. Let your shoulders drop. Relax your jaw. Take one slow breath. The emotional shift may be small, but it is real. The body and brain are constantly communicating. Muscles inform mood. Mood informs muscles. This loop operates automatically unless you intervene consciously. Many people trying to calm their mind ignore the body. They focus only on thoughts. But if posture remains contracted, the body continues broadcasting mild alarm signals. Unshakable calm requires physical cooperation. Throughout the day, check your posture without judgment. Are you bracing? Are your fists subtly clenched? Is your stomach tight? These micro-tensions accumulate. Release does not require dramatic movement. Sometimes a simple shoulder roll, jaw relaxation, or longer exhale is enough to interrupt the loop. Walking posture also matters. When anxious, people often walk quickly with shallow breaths and forward-leaning tension. Slowing the pace slightly and allowing arms to swing naturally shifts nervous system rhythm. Even eye direction influences state. Looking downward for long periods can reinforce withdrawal patterns.
Occasionally, lifting your gaze gently supports openness.
None of this is about pretending confidence. It is about allowing the body to experience safety signals.
Over time, consistent physical alignment lowers baseline activation. The nervous system begins to associate upright posture with calm rather than vigilance.
You may notice fewer sudden spikes of tension. You may feel steadier during conversations. Your voice may sound more grounded.
This is the feedback loop recalibrating. Emotion shapes posture. Posture shapes emotion. When both align toward openness instead of contraction, the cycle shifts. Calm becomes embodied, not just conceptual. You are not forcing yourself to relax. You are teaching your body what safety feels like. And once the body learns it, the mind follows more easily.
Your shoulders no longer need to carry invisible weight.
Your jaw no longer needs to guard unspoken tension. Your breath no longer needs to stay shallow.
You stand, sit, and move in a way that signals steadiness. And steadiness, repeated often enough, becomes your new default. The loop still exists,
but now it works in your favor. Your posture supports calm. Your calm supports posture. And the body that once held tension begins to hold peace instead. As your posture softens and your body begins signaling safety instead of threat, something else becomes easier to notice. The moments after you speak, the urge to add more words, the subtle pressure to clarify, justify, soften, or defend what you just said.
This is the habit of over-explaining.
It often feels harmless, even polite. You state a preference, then immediately add reasons. You say no, then provide a long story to make it acceptable. You share an opinion, then cushion it with disclaimers. I might be wrong, but it's probably just me, but I don't want to sound rude, but over-explaining is rarely about information. It is about safety. When you have spent years fearing disappointment, rejection, or misunderstanding, the nervous system learns that clarity is not enough. It believes extra justification prevents conflict. It believes more detail reduces threat.
So after every statement, the body tightens slightly. The mind scans for possible misinterpretation, and before silence can settle, more words arrive. This creates inner tension,
because silence is powerful. Silence after a boundary feels exposed. Silence after a statement feels vulnerable. The subconscious interprets that gap as risk. If I don't fill this space, something bad might happen. But most of the time, nothing bad happens. Over-explaining keeps the nervous system activated because it reinforces the belief that your words alone are not safe. It tells your brain that simple statements are insufficient, that your position must be defended preemptively. This erodes calm. It also subtly shifts power. When you constantly justify yourself, you place your choices under review. You imply that approval is required. Dissolving this habit begins with awareness of the physical cues. Notice what happens in your body after you speak. Does your chest tighten? Does your breath shorten? Does your mind rush to add more? Instead of immediately explaining further, pause. Let the silence exist. Breathe through the discomfort. Often the tension fades within seconds. Practice short, complete sentences.
I can't make it. That doesn't work for me. I prefer this option.
And stop there. No defense, no long reasoning unless genuinely necessary. At first, this may feel abrupt or even rude internally, but in reality, clear communication is often respected more than lengthy justification. Another important shift is trusting others to manage their reactions. If someone disagrees or asks for clarification,
You can respond then. You do not need to anticipate every possible objection before it arises. Over-explaining often stems from a deeper belief. If they misunderstand me, I am in danger. But most misunderstandings are temporary. They do not threaten survival. By tolerating small misunderstandings, you retrain your nervous system to handle ambiguity without panic. It also helps to examine your motives. Are you explaining to inform or to protect yourself from imagined judgment? If it is protection, gently challenge the need. Confidence is quiet. It does not require constant elaboration. Calm communication comes from internal security, not external approval. As you practice speaking without excess justification, something subtle shifts. Your voice steadies, your breath remains fuller, you feel less drained after conversations. The body no longer braces after every sentence. Silence begins to feel neutral instead of dangerous. Unshakable calm grows when your words are enough on their own. When you trust your right to speak without defending your existence. When you allow others to respond without preemptively managing their reaction. You remain kind, you remain thoughtful, but you no longer feel the need to overprove. And in that restraint, tension dissolves. Because peace does not require explanation. It requires steadiness. And when your communication becomes simple, direct, and grounded, your nervous system follows. You speak, you breathe, you let it stand, and that is enough. As you begin dissolving the habit of over-explaining, as you allow your words to stand without defending every edge, another fear can quietly surface underneath the silence. What if they misunderstand me? This fear is subtle but powerful. It is not just about clarity, it is about identity. Being misunderstood can feel like being unseen, or worse, being misjudged. And for a nervous system that once equated misunderstanding with rejection, that possibility can feel threatening. In early life, being misunderstood may have carried consequences. Perhaps your feelings were dismissed. Perhaps your intentions were misread. Perhaps your attempts to explain yourself were ignored. Over time, the brain formed a rule. If I am misunderstood, I am not safe. So the subconscious adapted. It learned to over-clarify. It learned to adjust tone carefully. It learned to anticipate how words might be received. This constant mental rehearsal creates tension long before conversations even begin. You may notice it before speaking. You mentally script what you will say. You prepare for objections. You try to cover every angle, all to prevent the discomfort of being misinterpreted. The nervous system stays slightly activated because it believes clarity must be perfect to avoid emotional harm. But here is the reality. Misunderstanding is part of human interaction. It is inevitable. Even the most precise communication can be filtered through another person's experiences, mood, and assumptions. The goal is not to eliminate misunderstanding. The goal is to tolerate it. The subconscious fear of being misunderstood often comes from conflating perception with truth. If someone misreads you, it does not redefine who you are. It only reflects their interpretation. Yet the body reacts as if identity is under threat. To reprogram this pattern, begin by separating your intent from others' interpretations. Your responsibility ends at honest expression. You cannot control how every word is received. When someone misunderstands you, notice the immediate physical reaction. Does your stomach tighten? Does your heart rate increase? Instead of rushing to correct everything instantly, pause, breathe, let the initial wave settle. You can clarify calmly if needed, but not from panic.
There is also freedom in accepting that not everyone will fully understand you. Depth is not always visible on the surface, and that is okay. The nervous system learns safety when you survive small misunderstandings without collapse, when you realize that relationships do not automatically dissolve over imperfect clarity, when you experience that your identity remains intact even if someone disagrees or misreads you. Another helpful shift is reducing mind reading. Often, the fear of being misunderstood is based on assumptions rather than evidence. You imagine negative interpretations before they even happen. This keeps the stress cycle alive. Return to what is real. What was actually said? What was actually expressed? If confusion arises, it can be addressed simply without self-blame. Over time, your body begins to understand that being misunderstood is uncomfortable, but not catastrophic. Unshakable calm grows when your sense of self does not depend entirely on perfect perception.
You can speak honestly without scanning every face for approval.
You can hold your position without overcorrecting. You can allow space for differences in interpretation without internal collapse.
You remain open to dialogue,
But you are no longer driven by fear.
when the subconscious realizes that misunderstanding does not equal abandonment.
Tension reduces. Your breath remains steady even in disagreement. Your posture stays grounded even when perspectives differ. You become less fragile in conversation.
And that resilience creates a deeper form of peace.
Because calm is not built on perfect communication. It is built on internal stability.
And when you trust that who you are does not vanish simply because someone sees you differently, something powerful happens. You stop fighting to control perception.
You start standing in truth. And that steadiness, quiet, grounded, unshaken, is far more powerful than perfect understanding ever was. As the fear of being misunderstood begins to loosen, as your identity no longer feels threatened by every misinterpretation, you come face to face with something even deeper.
Uncertainty. Not knowing how something will unfold. Not knowing how someone will respond. Not knowing what the future holds.
For the nervous system, uncertainty has always meant risk. In ancient environments, unpredictability could signal danger. So the brain evolved to reduce unknowns as quickly as possible. It predicts, it plans, it searches for patterns, it tries to close open loops. But in modern life, uncertainty is constant. Careers shift, relationships evolve, plans change. Health fluctuates. The mind cannot eliminate all unknowns, yet it still tries. When the brain cannot find certainty, it often fills the gap with worst-case scenarios. Not because it enjoys negativity, but because negative prediction feels like preparation. If you expect the worst, you believe you will not be caught off guard. This keeps the nervous system activated. The body tightens in anticipation. The mind runs simulations. The heart reacts to imagined futures. Training the mind to tolerate uncertainty is not about becoming passive. It is about expanding your capacity to remain steady without immediate answers. The first shift is recognizing that certainty is rarely absolute. Even when things feel stable, they are still changing. The idea of complete control is mostly illusion.
Instead of seeking perfect certainty, begin practicing flexible stability.
When faced with an unknown, notice the impulse to immediately resolve it mentally. Notice the urge to check, recheck, ask, confirm. Then pause. Take one slow breath.
Allow the question to exist without forcing a conclusion.
This may feel uncomfortable at first. The body may tighten slightly. The mind may push for resolution.
Stay with the discomfort gently. Uncertainty. Tolerance grows like a muscle. Small exposures build resilience. Start with minor unknowns. Send a message and resist checking repeatedly for a reply. Make a decision without over-researching every possibility. Leave small tasks incomplete temporarily without spiraling. Each time nothing catastrophic happens, the brain updates its expectation. Another important tool is shifting from outcome focus to response focus. Instead of asking, "What if this goes wrong?" ask, "If it goes wrong, can I handle it?" Most of the time, the answer is yes. This builds internal trust. The nervous system calms when it trusts your ability to adapt rather than demanding perfect prediction. It also helps to anchor in the present. Uncertainty lives in the future. The body exists in the present. When you feel anticipatory tension, bring attention back to sensory details. The temperature of the air, the pressure of your feet on the ground, the rhythm of your breathing. These signals remind the brain that right now, in this moment, you are safe. Over time, uncertainty becomes less threatening. You stop needing constant reassurance. You stop trying to solve every hypothetical scenario before it happens. You begin to see that life unfolds regardless of how tightly you try to grip it. Unshakable calm is not built on knowing everything. It is built on trusting yourself in the face of not knowing. When you no longer require guarantees to feel stable, your baseline lowers. Your reactions soften. Your breath remains steady even when plans are unclear. You realize something simple but powerful. You have handled uncertainty before. You have survived outcomes you once feared, and you can handle what comes next. The mind does not need to eliminate every unknown to feel safe. It needs to trust your capacity. When that trust grows, uncertainty stops feeling like a threat. It becomes space. Space for possibility. Space for growth. Space for life to move without constant resistance. And in that space, calm expands naturally. Not because the future is certain, but because you are steady enough to meet it. As you begin training your mind to tolerate uncertainty, as you slowly loosen the need to predict every outcome, something else starts to feel different. Silence. Not the silence of a quiet room alone, but the silence inside your head. The space where there is no task, no conversation, no scrolling, no distraction. For many people, that silence does not feel peaceful. It feels threatening. When the mind is untrained, silence removes distraction. And when distraction disappears, whatever has been avoided begins to surface. Unfinished emotions, unresolved memories, unspoken fears, unanswered questions. Noise protects you from noticing them. Busyness keeps them buried, but silence reveals. The nervous system often interprets this exposure as danger. When external stimulation drops, the brain's default mode network becomes more active. This is the system responsible for self-reflection, memory retrieval, and internal narrative. Without structure, it begins scanning inward. If there is unprocessed tension inside, silence amplifies it. This is why some people feel restless the moment they sit still. Their body fidgets. Their mind reaches for the phone. They create tasks that do not need to exist. The stillness feels uncomfortable because it removes escape routes. Silence is neutral. But if your inner world feels chaotic, silence becomes a mirror, and mirrors can feel confronting. Many people were never taught how to sit with their own thoughts. They were taught how to perform, how to produce, how to distract. So when quiet appears, the brain does not know what to do with it. It searches for stimulation to regain control. The heart rate may increase slightly.
The breathing may become shallow. The mind may start replaying scenarios or generating new worries.
This does not mean silence is harmful.
It means the nervous system has not yet learned that quiet does not equal threat. Training begins gradually. Instead of forcing long periods of stillness, start small. 1 minute of intentional quiet. No phone, no music, no task, just breathing. Notice what arises. If thoughts come, do not fight them. Let them pass like background noise. The goal is not to eliminate thinking. The goal is to remain steady while thinking occurs. Over time, the nervous system adapts. It realizes that silence does not automatically unleash danger. It learns that stillness can be safe. It also helps to anchor physically. During quiet moments, focus on bodily sensations. Feel the weight of your body against the chair. Notice the air entering and leaving your lungs. Grounding prevents the mind from spiraling inward uncontrollably. Another important shift is reframing silence. Instead of seeing it as emptiness, see it as space. Space is not threatening. It is potential. It allows integration. It allows recovery.
The brain requires quiet to recalibrate. Constant stimulation keeps stress chemistry elevated. Silence lowers external input, so the nervous system can rebalance. But it must be trained to tolerate that drop in stimulation. At first, silence may feel loud, but gradually it becomes softer. You may begin noticing subtle details, the rhythm of your breath, the way tension releases from your shoulders, the quiet clarity beneath surface thoughts. Unshakable calm grows in silence, not in distraction. When you can sit with yourself without fleeing, you gain internal stability. You're no longer afraid of your own mind. Silence becomes restorative instead of threatening. You no longer rush to fill every gap in conversation. You no longer fear empty space in your day. You begin to trust that nothing urgent is hiding in the quiet. And when silence stops feeling dangerous, the nervous system relaxes at a deeper level. Because the ultimate safety is not external noise,
it is the ability to be alone with your thoughts and remain steady. That is when calm becomes real, not because life is loud, but because even in quiet, you are unshaken. As silence becomes less threatening, as you begin to sit with stillness without rushing to escape it, another layer of tension becomes easier to notice. The constant hum, the background buzz of notifications, the reflex to check, the endless scroll, the subtle pull of glowing screens. Digital stimulation rarely feels dramatic. It feels normal, ordinary, harmless, but the nervous system does not experience it as neutral. Constant digital input creates subtle trauma, not in the dramatic sense of a single shocking event, but in the cumulative sense of repeated micro-activations. Every notification is a tiny alert. Every vibration is a call for attention. Every new piece of content triggers a small surge of dopamine followed by a slight drop. The brain shifts rapidly from topic to topic without rest. This keeps the nervous system slightly elevated throughout the day. Your attention never fully settles. Your mind never fully integrates. Your body rarely experiences true baseline calm. Even when the content itself is not stressful, the pace is. Rapid information flow trains the brain to expect constant novelty. The reward system becomes conditioned to quick shifts. Silence feels dull. Slow moments feel uncomfortable. Over time, this reshapes your internal rhythm. You may notice shorter attention spans, increased impatience, a low-level restlessness when nothing is happening, difficulty falling asleep without background noise.
The subconscious begins associating stillness with deprivation instead of restoration. Digital platforms are designed to keep you engaged. Infinite scroll removes stopping cues. Algorithmic feeds constantly adjust to your preferences. The brain receives unpredictable rewards, sometimes interesting, sometimes not. This unpredictability strengthens habit loops. The nervous system becomes conditioned to microsurges of stimulation, and while each surge is small, the accumulation matters. Constant stimulation reduces your tolerance for boredom, but boredom is not the enemy. Boredom is the gateway to creativity, integration, and emotional processing. When it is constantly avoided, the mind never fully digests experience. This creates internal fragmentation. You may feel tired but unable to rest. You may crave calm but feel uneasy when attempting it. You may struggle to concentrate deeply because your brain has been trained for quick shifts. Subtle trauma from digital overstimulation does not come from content alone. It comes from pace and frequency. The nervous system needs cycles, activation followed by rest. But digital life often provides activation without sufficient recovery. To recalibrate, intentional pauses are necessary. Start with boundaries. Turn off non-essential notifications. Create specific times for checking messages instead of constant monitoring. Allow small windows each day where devices are out of reach. At first, this may feel uncomfortable. The mind may reach reflexively. You may feel slight anxiety about missing something. This discomfort reveals how deeply the habit loop is embedded. Stay with it gently. When you step away from stimulation, the nervous system begins to slow. The heart rate decreases, the breath deepens, thoughts become less fragmented. It also helps to replace digital stimulation with physical grounding. Walk without headphones occasionally. Sit outside without a screen. Eat without scrolling. These simple shifts retrain attention. Over time, your brain relearns how to tolerate slower rhythms. You begin to notice longer stretches of focus. You feel less urgency to check. You sleep more deeply. Unshakable calm requires protected mental space. When digital noise decreases, your internal world becomes clearer. You start hearing your own thoughts without interference. You stop reacting to every external ping. You regain ownership of your attention. And attention is one of the most powerful regulators of the nervous system. When it is scattered constantly, tension remains. When it is steady and intentional, calm grows. Digital tools are not inherently harmful, but without boundaries, they quietly reshape your nervous system. When you reduce constant stimulation, you reclaim your rhythm. You slow down. You breathe fully. You become less reactive to small external triggers. And the subtle trauma of endless input begins to fade. In its place, something quieter emerges. Focus, presence, and a steadiness that does not depend on a screen lighting up to feel alive. As digital stimulation begins to quiet, as you reclaim your attention and reduce the constant hum of external input, something else becomes clearer. The internal noise. Not the noise from your phone, not the noise from the world, but the noise inside. Multiple emotions competing, unfinished reactions lingering, old arguments replaying, future conversations rehearsed. Even without devices, the mind can remain crowded. Emotional minimalism is not about becoming cold or detached. It is about reducing unnecessary inner complexity. It is about simplifying your emotional landscape so the nervous system can breathe. Many people carry far more emotional weight than necessary. They hold on to resentment long after the event has passed. They rehearse conversations that may never happen.
They assume responsibility for feelings that are not theirs. They revisit old disappointments as if re-experiencing them could change the past. This creates background tension. The brain does not distinguish clearly between remembered stress and current stress. When you replay a hurt repeatedly, your body activates repeatedly. When you mentally argue with someone in your head, your nervous system reacts as if the conflict is happening now. Emotional clutter accumulates quietly.
Minimalism begins with awareness.
Notice how many emotional threads are active in your mind at once. Are you carrying irritation from earlier? Are you holding anxiety about tomorrow? Are you revisiting something that already ended? Each thread pulls energy. Reducing inner noise requires intentional closure. When something small irritates you, address it internally instead of storing it. Acknowledge the feeling fully. That bothered me. Breathe. Let it complete its cycle. Do not stack it with the next event. When resentment lingers, ask whether it is serving you. Holding on to anger feels like protection, but it often prolongs tension. Emotional minimalism does not mean excusing behavior. It means choosing not to relive it unnecessarily. It also means narrowing focus. The mind often tries to manage multiple emotional scenarios simultaneously. Bring attention back to one thing at a time, one task, one conversation, one feeling.
The nervous system calms when complexity decreases.
Another powerful shift is letting go of imaginary dialogues. Many people mentally rehearse future arguments or explanations repeatedly. This keeps the body activated. Instead, decide what you will say in brief, then release the rehearsal. Emotional minimalism also includes reducing self-criticism. Internal commentary adds layers of noise. If a mistake happens, correct it and move forward. Do not create a secondary emotional storm about it. The body responds strongly to internal language. Gentle tone reduces stress chemistry. Harsh tone increases it. You can also practice emotional boundaries internally. Not every news story requires deep personal emotional investment. Not every distant problem needs to be absorbed fully. Caring does not require constant emotional immersion.
Over time, simplifying emotional engagement reduces baseline tension. You begin feeling lighter.
Your mind becomes less crowded. Your reactions become clearer because they are not stacked on old, unresolved feelings.
Unshakable calm grows in simplicity.
When there are fewer internal arguments running, when old emotions are not constantly reactivated, when your focus is not divided across 10 imagined scenarios, you do not suppress emotion. You streamline it. You allow it, process it, and let it pass. Like clearing a cluttered room, once unnecessary items are removed, space opens. In that space, breathing feels easier. Thinking feels slower and clearer. Presence becomes natural. Emotional minimalism is not about having fewer feelings, it is about carrying fewer unfinished ones. When you stop collecting emotional debris, your nervous system rests more deeply. And in that resting state, calm is not something you force. It is something that naturally remains. Quiet, steady, unburdened. That is the power of reducing inner noise. As emotional minimalism begins clearing the internal clutter, as fewer unfinished feelings compete for your attention, one particular pattern often stands out. Perfectionism, not the desire to do well, not the commitment to quality, but the quiet insistence that anything less than flawless is unsafe. Perfectionism does not live only in the mind, it lives in the nervous system. When perfection becomes a requirement instead of a preference, the body rarely rests. There is always something to refine, always something to improve, always something slightly wrong. The brain scans constantly for errors. The inner critic stays alert. The body braces subtly before sending an email, before finishing a task, before speaking in a meeting. This constant micro-alertness accumulates. Perfectionism often begins as protection. If mistakes were once met with harsh criticism, embarrassment, or rejection, the nervous system learned to prevent errors at all costs. If I do it perfectly, I stay safe. But perfection is not a stable target. It shifts, it expands, it demands more. And because flawless execution is rarely achievable, the nervous system stays in mild fight or flight. You may notice it in your breathing, slightly shallow when working. You may notice it in your sleep, difficulty switching off because tasks are unfinished. You may notice it in your shoulders, tension that lingers even after completion. Perfectionism keeps the stress response active long after the task ends. Even success does not bring full relief. Instead of satisfaction, the mind immediately scans for the next improvement. This prevents emotional closure. Over time, this pattern exhausts the nervous system. The body does not distinguish between real danger and perceived threat to reputation. If a mistake feels catastrophic internally, cortisol rises as if survival is at stake. Releasing perfectionism begins with redefining standards. Instead of asking, "Is this flawless?" ask, "Is this sufficient?" Sufficiency is stabilizing. It creates completion. It allows rest. It also helps to examine the consequences of imperfection realistically. What actually happens if this is slightly imperfect? Most of the time, the outcome is minor. The fear is larger than the result. Another key shift is practicing intentional imperfection in small ways. Send a message without rereading it 10 times. Complete a task to 90% and stop. Allow small human errors without self-attack. Each time nothing disastrous happens, the nervous system recalibrates. Compassion also interrupts the perfection loop. When mistakes occur, respond internally as you would to a friend. Gentle correction instead of harsh critique reduces stress activation. Perfectionism often masks fear of worthlessness. If you believe your value depends entirely on output, the nervous system cannot relax. Begin affirming identity beyond achievement. You are not your performance. You are not your productivity. You are not the sum of flawless results. When this belief strengthens, tension weakens. It is also important to schedule true stopping points. Without clear boundaries, perfectionism keeps extending effort indefinitely. Decide ahead of time when something is complete. The nervous system needs closure. Unshakable calm grows when effort has limits. When good enough becomes honorable instead of shameful. When your body is allowed to finish without bracing for invisible judgment. Perfectionism promises safety, but it often delivers chronic tension. Letting go does not reduce excellence. It restores balance. You can still care deeply about quality. You can still strive, but you no longer attach your survival to flawless execution. When the body learns that mistakes are tolerable, breathing becomes easier, sleep deepens, tasks feel lighter, and your nervous system finally receives a message it has not heard in a long time. You are allowed to be human, and in that permission, calm settles more deeply than perfection ever could. As perfectionism begins to loosen, as your nervous system slowly understands that survival does not depend on flawless performance, another reflex becomes easier to see. The reflex to defend your image. Not just when you are openly criticized, but in subtle moments. When someone questions your decision, when a small mistake is pointed out, when your intentions are misunderstood, when your competence is lightly challenged, there is often a quick internal spike. A tightening in the chest, a rush of explanation, a subtle urge to correct the narrative immediately.
This reflex forms when identity has felt fragile before. If your sense of worth once depended heavily on reputation, approval, or being seen a certain way, the nervous system learned to protect that image aggressively. It equated image with safety. So when the image feels threatened, even slightly, the body reacts. You may notice yourself speaking faster, explaining more than necessary, justifying your actions, clarifying small details that did not require defense, even arguing internally long after the conversation has ended. This is not arrogance.
It is fear of distortion. The subconscious believes that if others see you incorrectly, you lose stability, you lose control, you lose belonging. But here is the deeper truth. Your image is not your identity. It is a projection, a reflection shaped by other people's perspectives, experiences, and filters. You cannot fully control it, and trying to do so keeps the nervous system in constant readiness. Defending your image repeatedly reinforces the belief that it must remain intact at all times. This keeps tension alive.
Undoing this reflex begins with tolerating minor discomfort.
When someone questions you, pause before responding. Notice the immediate urge to correct. Breathe once. Let the first wave of activation pass. Ask yourself quietly, is this truly harmful, or is it simply uncomfortable? Often, it is discomfort. You do not need to correct every misinterpretation. You do not need to respond to every subtle challenge. Sometimes calm silence communicates confidence more clearly than defense ever could. There is power in selective response. When you stop reacting to every perceived threat to your image, the nervous system learns that your stability does not depend on constant validation. Another shift involves separating feedback from identity. If someone criticizes a behavior, it does not redefine who you are. If someone disagrees with your choice, it does not erase your competence. Practice hearing feedback neutrally. This is information, instead of this is attack. Over time, the body stops bracing automatically. It also helps to accept that you cannot control how everyone sees you. Even with perfect communication, some will misunderstand, some will project, some will disagree. This is human. Trying to manage every perception is exhausting. Letting go of that management frees energy. Unshakable calm grows when your sense of self is internal rather than external. When you no longer feel required to protect a carefully crafted image at all times. When your worth feels steady, even if someone sees you imperfectly.
You can still clarify when necessary.
You can still defend yourself when truly required, but it becomes intentional instead of reflexive. You stop reacting from fear. You respond from steadiness, and something subtle changes. Your voice slows, your body softens.
You do not feel the need to win every perception battle.
Because you are no longer fighting for your existence inside someone else's opinion. When that reflex dissolves, the nervous system rests more deeply.
You no longer scan constantly for image threats. You no longer rehearse conversations to fix perception. You stand grounded in who you are, not in how you appear. And that grounded identity creates a calm that does not wobble with every external view. You remain steady. Not because everyone agrees,
but because you no longer need them to. As the reflex to defend your image begins to soften, as you stop reacting to every perceived judgment,
You may notice another quiet source of tension that rarely gets named. Decisions, small ones, constant ones, endless ones. What to reply, what to wear, what to prioritize, what to eat, what to ignore, what to fix first. Modern life demands hundreds of micro decisions every day, and each decision requires mental energy. The brain's executive system, located in the prefrontal cortex, is responsible for evaluating options, predicting outcomes, and selecting actions. But this system has limits. It tires. When it tires, something subtle happens. Anxiety increases. Decision fatigue reduces your ability to tolerate uncertainty. It lowers impulse control. It increases emotional reactivity. When your mental energy is drained, small choices begin to feel heavy. You may notice it late in the day. Simple questions feel overwhelming. You procrastinate. You avoid. Or you make impulsive decisions just to escape the pressure of choosing. The nervous system reacts to overload. When too many options compete for attention, the brain interprets it as complexity. Complexity increases cognitive strain. Strain increases stress chemistry. Even if the decisions are small, the accumulation matters. An anxious mind often looks for certainty, but decision fatigue reduces clarity. When clarity decreases, anxiety rises further. This creates a loop. More decisions leads to more mental strain, leads to more anxiety, leads to less clarity, leads to harder decisions. Breaking this loop requires reducing unnecessary choice. Start by simplifying predictable areas of your life. Standardize small routines. Choose consistent meal options. Create fixed work blocks. Reduce repetitive micro-choices where possible. This is not about rigidity. It is about conserving energy. The fewer trivial decisions you make, the more capacity you preserve for meaningful ones. It also helps to prioritize decisions earlier in the day when cognitive energy is higher. Save less important tasks for later when mental stamina declines. Another key shift is accepting imperfect decisions. Anxiety often comes from the belief that every choice must be optimal, but most decisions are adjustable. Rarely are they irreversible. When you reframe decisions as experiments rather than permanent judgments, pressure decreases. Practice setting time limits for choices. Instead of overthinking endlessly, decide within a reasonable window. Trust your available information. Move forward. The nervous system calms when loops close. Prolonged indecision keeps activation alive because the brain remains in evaluation mode. It also helps to reduce multitasking. Attempting to decide multiple things simultaneously fragments attention. Focus on one decision at a time. Physical cues are important here as well. When decision fatigue sets in, your posture may slump. Your breathing may shallow. Reset your body before choosing. A few slow breaths can restore clarity. Over time, reducing cognitive overload lowers baseline anxiety. You feel less scattered, less overwhelmed by small tasks, more decisive without panic. Unshakable calm grows when mental bandwidth is protected. When you are not constantly evaluating every possible option. When you allow some decisions to be simple. When you release the need to perfect every choice. Life becomes lighter, not because decisions disappear, but because you no longer treat each one as a threat. You choose, you move, you adjust if needed. And the nervous system learns that not every fork in the road requires alarm. Energy returns, clarity improves, and anxiety decreases, not through force, but through intelligent reduction of unnecessary strain. Sometimes calm is not about controlling emotion. It is about reducing overload. When your mind is not exhausted from constant choosing, it has space to remain steady. And in that steadiness, peace becomes sustainable. As decision fatigue decreases, as your mental load becomes lighter and your choices feel less overwhelming, you begin to realize something important. Calm is not a single breakthrough. It is repetition. The nervous system does not change because you understand something once. It changes because it experiences something repeatedly. For years, your body may have rehearsed tension, rehearsed vigilance, rehearsed scanning, rehearsed preparing for threat. Those patterns became automatic because they were repeated. The same principle works in the opposite direction. To rewire the subconscious, you must repeat safety. The brain is prediction-based. It constantly asks, what usually happens next? If stress has been frequent, the prediction becomes, tension continues. If conflict has been common, the prediction becomes, danger may return. Repetition updates prediction. Each time your body experiences calm without negative consequence, it stores evidence. Each time you breathe slowly during uncertainty and nothing collapses, the brain updates its model. Each time you set a boundary and survive the discomfort, the nervous system recalibrates. Safety signals can be physical, emotional, or environmental. Physical signals are simple and powerful. Slow breathing with extended exhales lowers heart rate and stimulates the vagus nerve. Repeating this daily trains the body to associate slow breathing with normalcy rather than emergency response. Gentle movement also signals safety. Walking at a relaxed pace, stretching without urgency, sitting upright without bracing. These subtle physical cues tell the brain that no immediate threat is present. Emotional safety signals include self-talk. When stress arises, responding with, "I can handle this," rather than "this is too much," shifts chemistry. The body listens to tone as much as content. Consistency matters more than intensity. You do not need dramatic breakthroughs. You need daily small confirmations. Wake up and breathe calmly for 2 minutes before checking your phone. Pause before reacting and allow one steady breath. Eat without rushing. Sleep at consistent times. These repeated signals teach the subconscious that steadiness is available. Environment plays a role too. Organized spaces reduce cognitive threat cues. Soft lighting lowers activation. Predictable routines decrease uncertainty. The brain relaxes when it recognizes familiar patterns that have previously led to safety. One powerful technique is pairing old triggers with new responses. If a certain situation usually activates anxiety, intentionally introduce a safety signal within it. Slow breathing during a meeting. Relaxed posture during disagreement. Gentle tone when receiving feedback. This creates new neural pathways. At first, the old stress response may still activate, but with repetition, the new pattern strengthens. The nervous system learns through experience, not theory. Over time, the baseline lowers. You notice fewer spikes. You recover faster after activation. You feel steady in situations that once triggered you. Repetition rewrites instinct. Unshakable calm is not built in silence alone. It is built in repetition of safety in everyday moments. When your body repeatedly experiences stability, it begins expecting it. When it expects stability, it stops scanning constantly for threat. You no longer need to force relaxation. It becomes familiar. Like a well-worn path, the brain chooses naturally. Every steady breath, every grounded response, every small act of self-regulation, they accumulate. They build a new subconscious expectation. And eventually, your default shifts.
from vigilance to steadiness, from bracing to openness.
From tension to calm. Not because you eliminated stress forever, but because you taught your nervous system again and again what safety feels like.
And repetition made it believe you. As safety signals become familiar, as your nervous system begins expecting steadiness instead of threat, another deeper layer may quietly surface.
The fear of losing relevance.
It does not always announce itself directly. It hides beneath urgency, beneath overworking, beneath the constant need to stay informed, productive, impressive. It sounds like this: if I slow down, I'll fall behind. If I'm not useful, I'll be forgotten. If I stop striving, I'll disappear. For the nervous system, relevance has long been linked to belonging. In early human groups, being valuable meant being protected. Skills, contribution, visibility, these increased survival. So, the brain learned to equate usefulness with safety. In modern life, this wiring still operates. You may push yourself to stay ahead, to respond quickly, to stay updated, to remain impressive, even when exhausted, even when calm would serve you better. The body interprets irrelevance as risk. If you are not needed, the subconscious asks, where do you stand?
This creates subtle tension.
You might notice difficulty resting without guilt. Silence may feel like stagnation. Pauses may feel dangerous. The mind whispers that stillness equals decline. But relevance is often misunderstood. Being constantly visible does not equal being meaningful. Being constantly busy does not equal being valuable. Yet the nervous system confuses motion with security. This fear can intensify during transitions. Career shifts, aging, changes in social roles. When identity has been tied strongly to productivity or status, any shift feels destabilizing. The body reacts. Restlessness increases. Comparison returns. Urgency creeps back in. To rewire this fear, you must redefine value internally. Ask yourself, if no one were measuring me, would I still matter? The honest answer is yes, but the nervous system may not believe it immediately.
It needs new experiences.
Practice being present without performing. Spend time in relationships without trying to impress. Contribute without tracking recognition. Allow quiet periods without filling them with proof of worth.
Each time nothing collapses, the brain updates.
It begins to see that connection does not require constant achievement. Another powerful shift is recognizing intrinsic worth. Your existence is not a transaction. You are not valuable only when producing. You are valuable because you are alive, aware, and capable of connection. The body calms when worth feels stable rather than conditional. It also helps to embrace cycles. Energy rises and falls. Seasons change. Productivity fluctuates. Relevance is not a constant peak. It moves. When you accept this rhythm, urgency decreases. You stop chasing constant visibility. You start honoring sustainable presence. Unshakable calm grows when you release the belief that you must constantly prove yourself. When you trust that slowing down does not erase you. When you understand that depth matters more than constant output. The fear of losing relevance is often a fear of losing connection. But connection built on authenticity lasts longer than connection built on performance.
You do not disappear when you rest.
You do not fade when you pause. You do not lose value when you stop striving momentarily. In fact, steadiness often increases presence.
People feel grounded around those who are not scrambling for validation.
And the nervous system relaxes when it no longer feels required to compete for space. You remain engaged. You remain capable.
But you are no longer frantic to be seen.
Relevance shifts from external measurement to internal alignment. And when your worth is no longer on trial, the body stops bracing. Calm deepens, not because you achieved more, but because you finally understood that you did not need to earn your right to exist. And in that understanding, you become steady in a way that does not depend on applause.
As the fear of losing relevance begins to quiet, as you stop chasing visibility to feel secure, another pattern often becomes visible.
Emotional withdrawal, not isolation in a dramatic sense, not cutting everyone off, but the quiet pulling back when things feel overwhelming, the sudden silence after conflict, the need to disappear for a while, the instinct to shut down instead of engage.
At first, emotional withdrawal can feel like relief.
The noise stops, the pressure decreases, the demands fade. The nervous system finally gets a break. And in many cases, withdrawal began as a necessary survival strategy. If emotions were too intense in early life, if conflict felt unsafe, if expression led to punishment or rejection, the body learned to reduce exposure. It learned that stepping back was safer than staying present. So now, when stress rises, the nervous system may choose distance automatically. This is not weakness, it is protection. But protection can become overused. Withdrawal lowers stimulation temporarily, but it can also reduce connection. When repeated too often, it can increase loneliness. And loneliness reactivates the stress system in a different way. The body may feel calmer in the moment of shutdown, but unresolved tension remains underneath. Emotional withdrawal works like turning down the volume instead of addressing the sound. True reset is different.
A healthy reset involves stepping back consciously, not reflexively. It involves regulating, not disappearing.
The difference lies in awareness.
If you withdraw without realizing it, the nervous system is driving. If you pause intentionally to breathe, reflect, and then return, you are leading.
To rewire this pattern, begin noticing the early signs. When your chest tightens, when your mind goes blank, when you feel the urge to shut down. Pause before fully disconnecting. Take one steady breath. Ask yourself, do I need a moment, or am I avoiding discomfort? Sometimes a short break is healthy. You can say, I need a few minutes to think. That is regulation.
But avoid complete emotional disappearance. Stay connected lightly. Even a simple statement like, this feels intense right now, keeps engagement alive.
The nervous system learns safety through exposure with regulation. If you always withdraw fully during stress, it never learns that engagement can be safe too. It is also helpful to build internal recovery practices. Quiet time alone, gentle movement, journaling. These allow decompression without cutting off relationships. Over time, the body learns that it can experience emotion without shutting down entirely. Unshakable calm does not mean constant engagement. It means flexible engagement.
You can step back briefly without disappearing.
You can feel overwhelmed without abandoning connection.
You can regulate without isolating.
When withdrawal shifts from reflex to choice, tension decreases. You no longer fear emotion because you know you can manage it. You no longer shut down completely because you trust your capacity to stay present. The nervous system begins to see engagement as survivable, and that creates deeper stability, because true calm is not found in escape. It is found in regulated presence.
When you can stay connected, even imperfectly, even during stress, something changes.
You feel less alone inside your experience. You feel less fragmented.
You feel stronger without being rigid.
Emotional withdrawal once protected you. Now regulation strengthens you. And as that shift becomes consistent, your nervous system settles into a new rhythm. One where you do not need to disappear to feel safe. You simply breathe, you pause, you stay. And calm grows from within, not from distance. As emotional withdrawal becomes more conscious, as you learn to pause without disappearing. Another script often becomes visible beneath the surface. I must handle everything. It may not be spoken aloud, it may not even be fully conscious, but it runs quietly in the background. If something goes wrong, you step in. If someone struggles, you absorb it. If tension rises, you try to fix it. You become the stabilizer. This script usually forms early. Perhaps you were praised for being independent. Perhaps you were told not to be a burden. Perhaps you learned that asking for help led to disappointment. So your nervous system adapted.
Handling everything felt safer than depending on others.
Over time, this became identity. Strong, capable, reliable. But beneath that strength, tension builds. When the subconscious believes you must handle everything, it rarely rests. It scans for what needs attention. It anticipates future problems. It resists delegation. It hesitates to ask for support. The body remains slightly braced. Even during calm moments, there is an undercurrent of responsibility. This script links directly to anxiety, because if you must handle everything, the margin for error shrinks, the pressure increases, the nervous system stays alert. It also creates isolation.
When you carry everything internally, others may not even realize you are overwhelmed. Support does not arrive because it is never requested. Rewiring this script begins with awareness.
Notice when you automatically step in without being asked. Notice when you feel discomfort delegating. Notice when asking for help feels like weakness. These are signs of the script operating. Then challenge it gently.
Ask yourself, is it true that I must handle everything, or is this an old survival belief?
Often you will see that others are capable, that support exists, that not every problem requires your intervention. Practice small acts of shared responsibility. Let someone else solve a minor issue. Accept help without minimizing it.
Say, I can't take this on right now.
At first, the nervous system may resist. You may feel guilt. You may feel uneasy. Stay with that discomfort gently. Each time nothing collapses, the brain updates its prediction. Handling everything once ensured safety. Now, collaboration ensures balance. Another important shift is redefining strength. Strength is not carrying every burden alone. Strength is knowing when to ask. Strength is trusting that you do not need to control every outcome. When you allow others to share responsibility, your baseline lowers. Your breath becomes fuller. Your shoulders soften. You stop living in constant anticipation of the next demand. Unshakable calm grows when responsibility becomes balanced. When you understand that you are capable, but not required to absorb all pressure.
When you release the illusion that you are the sole pillar holding everything upright,
you are part of a system, part of a network, part of relationships where mutual support exists. And when your nervous system realizes that it does not have to stand alone against every challenge, something shifts deeply. You feel lighter,
not because life has fewer demands,
but because you no longer carry them all by default. You can act, you can lead, you can contribute, but you can also rest. And in that rest, calm stabilizes. Because the weight you once believed was entirely yours finally becomes shared. And shared weight does not strain the nervous system the same way. It allows space. It allows breath. It allows steadiness to take root where constant tension once lived. As the script of "I must handle everything" begins to loosen, as you allow weight to be shared instead of carried alone, another pattern often becomes easier to see: the internal argument. Not the arguments you have out loud, the ones you have inside your head. You replay what someone said. You defend yourself mentally. You imagine what you should have replied. You prepare responses to conversations that may never happen. This habit feels productive. It feels like preparation. It feels like processing. But most of the time, it is rumination. And rumination keeps the nervous system activated. When you mentally argue with someone, your body does not fully understand that it is imaginary. The heart rate may rise slightly, muscles tighten, breathing becomes shallow, stress chemistry activates as if the conflict is happening now. You are alone in a quiet room, but your body is in a debate. This drains energy. The subconscious often believes internal argument equals protection. If I prepare every defense, I will not be caught off guard. If I replay it enough, I will regain control. But replay does not equal resolution. It only prolongs activation. Internal argument often forms when expression once felt unsafe. Perhaps you could not say what you truly felt. Perhaps you were interrupted. Perhaps you were dismissed. So your mind learned to continue the conversation internally. Over time, this becomes automatic. A comment triggers it. A memory triggers it. A future scenario triggers it. And the loop begins. Disarming this habit starts with catching it early. Notice when your mind shifts from reflection to argument. Reflection is calm and solution-oriented. Argument is defensive and repetitive. When you catch it, pause. Do not force it to stop harshly. That creates another layer of tension. Instead, label it gently. Arguing. Then shift to the present. Take one slow breath. Feel your feet on the ground. Bring attention to something neutral in your environment. The goal is not suppression. It is disengagement. Another powerful shift is asking a simple question. Is this conversation actually happening right now? If not, your body does not need to mobilize for it. You can also decide intentionally whether action is required. If something truly needs to be addressed, plan one calm statement. Write it down, then stop rehearsing. If no action is needed, allow the thought to fade without feeding it. Over time, the brain learns that not every trigger requires mental combat. Internal arguments create the illusion of control, but calm creates real stability. You do not need to win every imagined debate. You do not need to defend yourself in silence. Unshakable calm grows when your inner space is not a courtroom, when your mind is not constantly on trial, when silence inside feels neutral instead of adversarial. As this habit dissolves, you may notice a surprising amount of energy returning. Less mental exhaustion, less tension in your jaw, fewer spikes of irritation without visible cause. You become more present, more grounded, because your nervous system is no longer preparing for battles that are not happening. You can still address real conflicts when needed, but you stop reliving them endlessly. You stop sharpening arguments that may never be used. And in that release, something powerful settles in. Stillness, not forced, not fragile, just steady. Because your inner world is no longer a place of constant defense. It becomes a place of quiet clarity, and clarity does not argue. It observes. It responds when necessary, and it rests when there is nothing to fight. As internal arguments begin to quiet, as your mind stops rehearsing battles that are not happening, You may notice something subtle. The body is still moving, fingers tapping, legs shaking, jaw tightening, shoulders subtly shifting. Even when the mind slows, the body can continue broadcasting tension. And here is something powerful to understand. Physical stillness trains mental stillness. The nervous system does not separate body and mind the way we think it does. Movement patterns influence thought patterns. Muscle tension influences emotional tone. Restlessness in the body often sustains restlessness in the mind. When the body is constantly in motion, even small, unconscious motion, it sends signals upward. Those signals say, something is active, something may require readiness. The brain listens. Micro movements keep the system slightly alert. This does not mean movement is bad. Movement is essential, but constant fidgeting, constant subtle agitation often reflects underlying activation. When you practice intentional physical stillness, you interrupt that signal. Sit in a chair. Place your feet flat on the ground. Let your hands rest without moving. Relax your jaw. Allow your shoulders to drop. Then remain still. At first it may feel uncomfortable. The mind may suddenly become louder. The urge to adjust may rise. The body may want to shift position quickly. This discomfort is not danger. It is the nervous system adjusting to reduced stimulation. When you remain physically steady for even 1 minute, the body begins recalibrating. Heart rate lowers slightly. Breathing deepens naturally. The brain receives a message. No immediate action required. This message is powerful. The more you repeat it, the more familiar stillness becomes. Many people try to quiet their mind while their body remains tense. But tension sustains mental movement. When the body softens and becomes still, mental speed often slows automatically. Try this simple practice during the day. When waiting in line, instead of checking your phone, stand still. Let your weight distribute evenly. Breathe slowly. Notice how your thoughts gradually lose urgency. When sitting in conversation, reduce unnecessary gestures. Listen without shifting constantly. Feel the steadiness in your posture.
These small moments retrain the nervous system.
Physical stillness also builds tolerance for silence. Earlier, silence may have felt threatening, but when the body remains grounded and unmoving, the mind learns that quiet does not require immediate reaction. Over time, this practice builds internal stability.
You stop reacting to every impulse.
You stop chasing every thought. You become more comfortable simply being. Unshakable calm grows in the space between impulse and action. When your body does not immediately respond to every flicker of discomfort, your mind follows. Stillness does not mean rigidity. It means relaxed stability. Your muscles are not frozen. They are simply not bracing. Your breath is not forced. It is steady. Your posture is not dramatic. It is balanced. From this physical base, mental steadiness emerges. You notice thoughts without following them. You feel emotions without amplifying them. You respond instead of react.
The body teaches the mind. Each time you sit still without panic. Each time you resist the urge to fidget under mild stress.
Each time you breathe slowly while remaining physically grounded.
You are training your nervous system.
You are teaching it that safety does not require constant movement. And as this training becomes consistent, something profound shifts. Your presence deepens, your reactions soften, your inner world slows, not because you forced silence, but because you embodied it. Physical stillness becomes the anchor. Mental stillness becomes the reflection. And together they create a calm that feels stable, not fragile. A calm that does not depend on perfect conditions, a calm that begins in the body and radiates outward, steady, quiet, unmoved. As physical stillness becomes more natural, as your body learns to pause without reacting to every impulse, something else begins to feel less urgent, the need to finish everything perfectly, especially conversations. There is a subtle tension that arises when a conversation does not end cleanly, when there is no final agreement, no complete understanding, no satisfying resolution. A comment is left hanging. A disagreement remains slightly open. A message is read, but not fully answered. For many people, this creates a quiet agitation. The mind replays it. The body tightens. The urge to clarify, explain, or fix resurfaces. This is the psychology of unfinished loops. The brain prefers closure. It likes clear endings. When something feels incomplete, the nervous system treats it like an open file. It keeps it active in the background, consuming attention and energy. But life rarely provides perfect closure. Not every disagreement resolves neatly. Not every misunderstanding gets fully cleared. Not every message receives the ideal reply. If your nervous system believes that every interaction must end in clarity and harmony, it will remain tense often. Letting conversations end without closure is not indifference. It is emotional tolerance. The discomfort that arises when something feels unfinished is often rooted in fear. Fear of being misunderstood. Fear of being judged. Fear of leaving conflict unresolved. Earlier, you learned how to sit with misunderstanding without collapsing. Now you expand that skill. When a conversation ends imperfectly, notice the activation in your body. Is your jaw tight? Is your mind replaying the dialogue? Are you mentally drafting follow-up messages? Pause. Ask yourself, does this truly require action? Or is it my discomfort with ambiguity? Sometimes action is necessary, but often it is simply the mind seeking relief from uncertainty. The nervous system must learn that unfinished does not equal unsafe. You can practice this intentionally. End a conversation kindly, but briefly. Resist sending the extra explanatory message. Allow silence in the thread. Notice the discomfort rise and fall. Discomfort always peaks before it settles. Each time you tolerate that peak without reacting, the brain updates. It learns that closure is not required for safety. Another powerful shift is recognizing that closure is often internal, not external. You may not control how someone else feels at the end of a conversation, but you can decide your own internal completion. You can say internally, I spoke honestly. I listened sincerely. That is enough. Internal completion reduces the need for external validation. It also frees mental space. When you stop revisiting conversations that have ended, your mind becomes quieter. Your nervous system relaxes faster after interaction. Unshakable calm grows when you do not chase perfect endings. When you accept that some threads will remain slightly open. When you trust that relationships can withstand small imperfections. Life moves forward even when dialogue does not end with a bow tied neatly. And the more you practice letting moments close naturally, the less your body braces against ambiguity. You begin to feel less urgency to fix perception, less pressure to smooth every edge, less need to manage how everything concludes. Instead, you engage fully while present. And then you release. Because calm is not built on perfect conclusions. It is built on internal steadiness. You can speak, you can listen, you can disagree, and when it ends, cleanly or not, you remain grounded. No spiral, no frantic repair, just quiet trust that unfinished does not mean unsafe. And in that trust, your nervous system rests more deeply than it ever could, chasing perfect closure. As you learn to let conversations end without chasing perfect closure, as you stop replaying every unfinished thread, another pattern often becomes visible in the quietest part of your day. Night. The lights go off, the room is still, the body is tired, and suddenly the mind wakes up. Conversations replay, mistakes resurface, future scenarios unfold, what if returns. Rumination before sleep is not random. It happens because the external world finally slows down. During the day, distraction masks unresolved loops. At night, there is space, and the brain uses it. The problem is not thinking. The problem is circular thinking, the same thought revisited without progress, the same memory examined from every angle, the same worry rehearsed without solution. Rumination keeps the nervous system activated precisely when it should be powering down. Sleep requires a shift into parasympathetic dominance. Heart rate lowers, muscles soften, cortisol drops, but rumination stimulates the stress response. The body prepares for action even though it is lying in bed. This creates frustration. I'm tired. Why can't I stop thinking? Now I'm anxious about not sleeping. The cycle compounds. Breaking rumination before sleep requires intervention earlier than bedtime. You cannot expect the brain to suddenly switch off if it has been running unchecked all day. Create a mental closure ritual before entering bed. 15 minutes earlier, sit with a notebook. Write down any lingering thoughts. Not to solve them fully, but to externalize them. The brain relaxes when it knows information is stored outside itself. Next, identify one concrete next step for unresolved concerns. If something truly needs attention tomorrow, write the action down. This reduces the brain's need to rehearse it repeatedly. When in bed, if thoughts begin looping, do not fight them aggressively. Fighting activates further. Instead, shift attention gently to physical sensation. Feel the mattress supporting you. Notice the rhythm of your breath. Lengthen the exhale slightly. This signals the vagus nerve to increase calming tone. If rumination persists, use structured redirection. Choose a neutral focus, count breaths slowly, or mentally list simple objects in a category. This occupies cognitive space without emotional activation. The key is not to eliminate thoughts entirely. It is to prevent them from spiraling into emotional charge. It also helps to limit stimulating input before sleep. Avoid intense conversations, heavy news, or fast-paced digital content late at night. The brain needs time to decelerate gradually. Another important shift is reframing nighttime thoughts. Many people believe that if they think about something long enough, they will gain control. But at night, cognitive clarity is lower. Problems feel larger. Emotional tone intensifies. Remind yourself, this will look different in the morning. The nervous system responds to reassurance. Over time, consistent bedtime structure retrains your brain. It begins associating the bed with rest rather than mental debate. Unshakable calm deepens when nighttime becomes restorative instead of analytical. When you allow the day to close without dissecting it repeatedly. When you trust that not every thought requires immediate resolution. You may still have moments of wakefulness. That is normal. But they become shorter, less charged. Your body learns that darkness is not a stage for unresolved battles. It is a space for recovery. And as rumination loses its authority, sleep becomes deeper. Your baseline lowers further. You wake up steadier. And the calm you build during the day is no longer undone at night, because you stopped feeding the cycle before it took control. You let the mind slow, you let the body soften, and you allow rest to do what repetition of stress once prevented it from doing. Restore you. For years, your nervous system has been rehearsing tension without asking your permission. It learned to scan, to brace, to overthink, to defend, to prepare for danger that often never arrived. It built habits around fear of disappointment, fear of irrelevance, fear of being misunderstood, fear of unfinished endings. And slowly, those habits became identity. But tonight, you saw something different. You saw that anxiety is not who you are. It is a pattern. You saw that over-explaining, perfectionism, rumination, comparison, hyper-responsibility, they are scripts. You saw that posture shapes emotion, that stillness trains the mind, that repetition of safety rewires prediction. You learned that calm is not the absence of problems. It is the absence of unnecessary inner resistance. Unshakable calm is built quietly, in how you breathe, in how you sit, in how you allow silence, in how you let conversations end, in how you release the need to control perception. It grows when you stop fighting your own nervous system and start training it gently. 4 hours will not magically erase every trigger, but repetition will, safety will, awareness will, and the more your subconscious experiences steadiness without collapse, the more it begins to expect it. That is reprogramming, not force, not suppression, but steady practice.
If you made it this far, write in the comments, "I choose calm." Let that be your quiet commitment, not to perfection, not to control, but to steadiness.
And if this helped you see your inner world more clearly, subscribe and stay with this journey. Because calm is not built in one night, it is built in repetition. And we are just getting started.
Breathe slowly.
Your nervous system is listening.